chatto, it's Sundat, and it's a Conrad Limer world. We're just living in it. Coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, we have a youth intake preview, and it's actually looking quite delicious, certainly by the French second division standards. And not only that, the best news imaginable, we found a clause down the back of the sofa. Crystal Palace apparently bought a player off of us 2.5 years ago, and now are willing to buy that clause off of us for 7.1 million quid. All that and more coming up today on Outcasts to Icons. Did the music drop before I got to the end of it? That's unusual. I must have started it too late there. Oh, I've managed to rig up a situation where there's a fan pointed at me from a different room. That way, my legs remain nice and cold. But it was going to get ridiculous otherwise, so I've just moved Mr. Swizzles in from the bedroom and put him on the landing, so he's sucking air in from there. That's the idea anyway. Oh, dear. Oh, how's the new gaff, Tim? I hope the move went all right, because I know you were planning on... Was it yesterday you were planning on moving? Because if so... F's in chat. Basically, that's all I can really say to you. You have my condolences. Yesterday was not nice. We have Tim Krul, if that counts as a poggy keeper. Oh dear. It's good money, it's always good. The more the better in FM, I say. Dazza, thank you for the 52.
Number is big, nothing funny to say, too tired in this heat. Good stream time, I guess.
That's the way I look at it. It means that we're not up here at like 3 in the afternoon when it is ridiculous. When's the games? Not entirely sure yet. Possibly Thursday. It won't be Friday. It most likely looks like it could be Thursday. Joao Pedro. I'm sorry, I don't recognise Joao Pedro in these parts. Oh dear. Yeah, it was yesterday was not fun, was it? Like, it didn't help either that Pog was working yesterday. So I was just dicking about, and me when left to my own devices is a bad idea. So obviously I do the normal stuff that I do. I went out for a run, did my 14k, definitely didn't take enough water with me, so that was fantastic. Got straight back home, filled this bottle up with ice and then water, got in the shower, turned the shower onto cold and just stood there in the cold shower drinking ice water. That was a really smart plan, actually worked really nicely, so would recommend. Then there's this drink that I've been obsessed with lately. It's called sparkling ice. You can get it in like Boots and B&M and various places basically. It's like there's a kiwi and strawberry flavoured one. It's just sparkling water, but it is fire. And there's something about it, the combination of the way that those flavours have been mixed in, it's just perfect. It is the most refreshing beverage I've ever had. So I was like, do I go out and get myself one as a side quest? Because it was getting too hot and I didn't want to leave the house, but I was like, if I do leave the house, at least I can go in the car. So I was like, right, I'll drive to Co-op. They allegedly say online. And more mum influenced the drink. Oh, mate, it's sick. I've got a pack of 12 coming from Amazon today. It's amazing. Went to Co-op, didn't have any. Livid. Thought to myself, right, someone got Camovic. That must have cost him a lot of money compared to my Joao Pedro, right? Because Joao Pedro was expensive, but he only cost us 21, which was not too bad. Didn't know what to make of it. Bah. He ain't seen nothing yet. It's probably because it's a shit squad. It's not. I actually really like our squad. Then I was like, okay, cool, fine. I will try. Where else did I try? Oh, I went to Sainsbury's because it said again they would sell it. Nope. But in Sainsbury's, they did have Sainsbury's own brand version. So I bought a couple of bottles of that and thought, right, was set. But I thought, you know what, I'll just have a little check in B&M. So I went up to the city, parked in the car park, went to B&M, didn't have any either, which is annoying because I bought one the other day. So I was like, right, okay, I know they sell it in Boots. I'm going to Boots. Boots was also sold out. So I thought, fine, it doesn't matter. I've got the Sainsbury's one. We're all good. Got back to the car only to realise that the ones I'd bought from Sainsbury's weren't sparkling water. They were still water. Now, that ain't something I needed in my life, honestly. So out of fury, I was like, right, I'm going to go for a drive just to calm down and also to stay in the aircon for a little bit. So I drove up to Littleport and I remembered there was a Co-op there as well. So I went to Co-op, thought, hey, can I get a nice sparkling ice? No. But what I did come out with was a Tango Ice Blast.
Cheese.
So, you know, in a way, I still won. Tim, thank you for the 27 months. And that is what I did yesterday. I agree in every single case except for this one. I usually hate sparkling water, but this specific sparkling water is bloody amazing. And I have a pack of 12 coming from Amazon today, so I look forward to having one of those over some ice later, because it is, after all, sparkling ice. Jesus Christ, it is fucking hot in here. Right, let's get off of this face so I can show you something. The end of the day, right, if we do poorly because of the squad, I don't really care because it's like fun, innit? Like, end of the day, I picked players that I wanted for my team. I could have picked Erling Haaland, but it wouldn't have been very useful to us. Do you know what I mean? It'd be a bit like rocking up to a Twister competition with a chess set, right? It's like great if you know how to use it, but at the same time, it's not particularly useful in this function. That was my lord. So the way I looked at it was what the whole point of it was it supposed to be a bit of fun, right? That sounds a bit... I don't know about that, John. That got me back about 3, and I was like, right, what do I do now? Luckily, I was picking Pog up from work, so then I got to go back in the car, back in the aircon, and go to McDonald's. So it wasn't too bad. Managed to spend some time outside of the house, because it was getting ridiculous. It got to 33 at one point here yesterday, which is not allowed, and it was like a wall of heat. It kept being used. Exactly! That's the dream. It was first pick. This is very true. My point is, like, I think sometimes people take things like this a little bit too seriously, and I think part of what makes these things fun is not taking it too seriously, but not also like completely joking about, if that makes sense. That nice little middle ground, having a bit of fun, doing some fun stuff, but not completely taking the piss, you know? That's usually the line I like to tread with things like this. And I think we've done that pretty well. We've got Conrad Lima. We don't need anything else. The Sochaux, maybe. Half of the US national team. What is Aaron's squad like, considering the AI drafted it? Sorry, Musterman. Balls between the box. Oh, yeah, it is exactly. It's... to quote me from a couple of years ago, I have a swamp ass even Shrek wouldn't live in, you know? The thing is, the tactic might not work PvP, and if it doesn't, who cares again, right? That's the beauty of it. Still not quite sure how it's going to work out as far as timings of the matches when you consider how many there are to do, but we got Conrad Lime. We did. Not just that, we got him 8 times. Sorry, the whole Conrad Lima thing basically came about because we had to search for him in order to get him, and it meant that every time I went to the player screen, it just highlighted him repeatedly every time I tried to make a pick for the rest of the evening. So Conrad Lima has become a bit of a meme already. It's essentially Conrad Lima and some other people. We got the 3 players I wanted, which was Foden, Sane, and Lima. And also Merrick Demiral. Like, he is insanely good. The rounds were randomized. Yeah, I must admit, losing the rounds being randomized was a bit irritating, but I actually quite liked it towards the end once it kind of once it started catching people out, it was quite fun. And we've got Keiki Carvalho, of course, yeah. And Joao Pedro, but we don't talk about that. Spirit of the team. I don't know, because I don't know what the rules are like on that one. I don't know which one I might not be able to do, because as things stand, the only one I potentially might not be able to do, ironically, would be the playoff round. Which, let's be honest, chat, we're probably not qualifying for it anyway. Pronounced Kai Kai. Okay. Do we need to look up fun in a dictionary together? I'm sure it is pronounced Kai Kai. His name is Keiki. You can't have anything like Keiki and not be called Keiki. No doubt it is Kai Kai. In fact, it's probably not Kai Kai because it's otherwise the spelling wouldn't be identical in both parts of the name. So I suspect that it's probably Kai K or something like that. But either way, it's Keiki. Keiki Carvalho, my friend. Sometime this week, Mario. We don't know exactly when yet. Most likely Thursday night. Sweaty Tim Krul. Tim Krul was cheap enough. And that's what we needed. He's not our starting goalkeeper anyway. K-Car, that's the one. It's a Honda Beat. So, this is good news. Obviously, we don't find out today. However, this is the really good news. I randomly went on this screen and I saw this one here for Joshua Bazine, and I thought to myself, okay, cool. It's only 30% of a sell-on clause. It can't be that much. So, fun fact, it very much is. Very, very, very much is. 7.1 million quid. Bazinga indeed. That's the first time I think everyone's ever made that joke in context. Yeah, they signed him for 2.1 million and they're trying to pay us 7 million quid. This, just to give you an idea, this guy came through our youth academy. He's a little bit all right, isn't he? If he had work rate, he'd be the perfect Steinmetz replacement. I was like, yo boy, thank you for the 8 months. Hope you've had a fabulous Sundat. Yes, so he was a youth intake guy. So clear Steiny. He is in every area except for his work rate, which makes him very... Actually, to be fair, I think comparing him to Steiny is a little bit unfair. He's the guy I'd use in the Dilpy role instead of the ball in midfielder role. More down. He's a comrade liner. But he's already 29. Yes, he is. But luckily we're not trying to sign him. We're basically what's happening is Palace want to buy the clause off of us that we got when we sold him to them in 2037. Sorry, 2029. So it's been 8 years they've been hanging on to that. And the point is they're going to give us £7 million to not have to pay us more money. Love to see it. So let's get him now. Delightful. And that now brings our transfers to... Oh, it'd be hugely good to get that money. Just to clarify, I wasn't debating not taking the money. I was simply just showing it to chat. I didn't want to take it off stream because it's easier if I can show people like what's actually going on live. 10 staff present for manager. Well, I mean, it'd be rude if we didn't have a look for him. I'm actually amazed no one did a look up already, honestly. Come on! Things you love to see. Now, he does... Assman? Conrad the Assman? It's like... Oh, and he's driven. Of course he's driven. He's Conrad Lima. That man has 20 work rate. Nothing has been driven. He's driven in the same way that an F1 car is driven. Who asses for me? Good question. Nah, luckily we've got 75% revenue retain, so that's reasonably okay. He's driving the Peugeot. Yeah, so who's our ass man? We've got Cerrone and Galtier. Who's the worst one? Okay, you're actually quite good, Mr. Pascal. Yeah, we've got double ass men too. We've got 2 cheeks. Oh, it's Jordan Galtier, right? He's got some things, but they're not as important for what I'd want. So I think we get rid of Jordan Galtier. Could we make him FSM? We could, actually. To be fair. Let's see what he wants. Okay. Right, we're not done with this yet. I'm keeping him on the... How did I just meet a sub goal when there wasn't a sub? Twitch? You okay there, lad? Oh, there it is. FM Cakes. Thank you very much for the 8 months. He hates me. Nah, it's just because I've forgotten how low we are down the pecking order these days. We'll keep an eye on him like this until we can get him back again. Come a staff member compared to the player. Are they really? I don't... To be fair, crap, I hate... Determination is actually quite a fluid attribute in FM, I found. So... That might be it. FMK... It's FMK Carvalho. You'll love to see it. How's your Sunday going, friend? Okay, I like that. It's a shame we can't get him in properly, but I think it's going to be a case of... He's been out of work now for 5 years. My hope is that we can improve our reputation, get Conrad back later, because we have to, really, don't we? Speaking of, is there anyone else on my staff shortlist that we need to just have a little gander at while we're at it? Jeff Hendrick? Do you reckon Jeffy might be up for it in the meantime? Yeah, this is one of the things they need to sort out, Sean, with staff, and this is a great example of it, actually, is staff basically have this horrible insistence on certain roles, but will not take a job for 5 years, or even longer. It's really silly. You'd think that, to me, there should be a decay on it, so the longer they're out of a job, the lesser jobs they should be willing to take. That's, I think, the way it should work, but unfortunately it doesn't work like that. Why is Marzouk on here? I can't even remember why he was on there. Obviously, Jesse Lingard has been unemployed for the last 5 years also. I bet he wouldn't join us either. Nah, don't be silly. You've had another job for 5 years. I guess it's because he was involved in Hoogstraten. Obviously, Conrad. Harry Kane is an ass man. But, again, it'll be a similar issue. Harry Kane managed Crawley Town for less than a year. Has he? What are we saying? Nah, I didn't think so. It's worth a go. Sammy Hippier, of course, was a coach we were actually quite interested in. Obviously, Jeff Hendrick. Did I already look at Jeff? Yeah. Unfortunate. We will come back to these guys. I would like dual managers of Conrad Lima and Jeff Hendrick. It would be the dream. Keiki Carvalho. Now then. Keiki Carvalho is quite young, isn't he? Yes, he is. There he is. That is definitely him, isn't it? He's playing for Juventude. I had no idea he had Hungary. Oh, he doesn't, of course. He's played for Molfehevar for, like, randomly 9 years of this save. That's kind of cool, actually. Naturalized Hungarian Keiki. He right there, is it stove cake or funnel cake? What's that Hungarian cake that's like really tasty? I think it's funnel cake or something like that. I know it's quite common in that entire area of Europe, not just Hungary, but it's quite specifically chimney cake. That's the one, yes. I know it's not just like a thing in Hungary. It's in like Slovenia as well, I believe, or Austria. It's common in Christmas markets throughout that part of Europe, right? Yeah, the fact that he got 6 caps for Hungary as well is making this even better. Sorry, I've just had to go Daisy Dukes again there. It's getting hot. Goulash. Is that a cake? For some reason in my head, goulash sounds like a completely different type of food item. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. A better Callum Styles in it. Oh, dear. Hello, guys. I have waffle cake. Well, obviously you do. Bit of pommes frites. A stew. Oh, that's very much not a cake then. I wouldn't want to put that in a cake. I was going to say, I didn't think it was a cake. I thought it was like, well, I guess a stew in this case. I didn't think that. I actually had no idea. It's just one of those words you've heard out loud and never actually put a context to it. Chicken paprika. Is that like a big thing in Hungary? Because if so, Hungary, you and I are going to get on. I actually didn't realize is chicken paprika stuff like massive in Hungary? Because my favorite type of chicken probably is chicken paprika. So what I'm saying, chat, is I need to go to Budapest for the weekend because it sounds like I'm an absolute vibe. That and Krakow maybe for next year. I fucking love paprika. There used to be this restaurant we go to with my parents for like birthdays and stuff, and they did this paprika chicken, and it was always just absolute fire. So good. And by fire, I don't mean like hot, it's only paprika, but like just deliciousness, right? So we do have a cakey boy. Let's see if there's actually any cakes. Straight up cakes about. Okay, so there is, but we already know about Tyler Cake because he's a real guy. And I have no explanation as to how his paprika and garlic. Am I like Hungarian in another life? Garlic's like my jam. We've also got Malachi lava cake, which I just cannot enjoy more. I just cannot enjoy more than that. Lava, it's lava cake. It's molten, you asshole. Oh, right, so basically I need to take Pog to Budapest and just eat paprika all weekend. And chimney cake. Tremendous. Pancake Lane. If I recall, it's like an 8th tier side in England. Best place is Hungarian. Now, see, I mean, obviously, I'm literally stood here drinking out of my MTK cup, and I've got so much MTK stuff around me. Oh, you actually can't see the MTK scarf because it's beneath Yuri crop, but I definitely need to go to Budapest. Because it is just QPR cup. No, stuff it. Don't channel Jacko. He's not here.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
And I'll stick back. Thank you for the follow.
They are building it now.
Yeah, see, I'm not actually a big fan of garlic sauce per se, because often it comes in the UK anyway. At least it's like usually got mayo in it, and I'm not a fan of mayo. One thing I am a fan, though, is things like Cajun garlic bread, which I like to make, which is where you just get garlic bread, dissolve some butter, whack a load of Cajun spices into the butter, let it sort of calm down a bit, get like a paintbrush, like a cooking brush, whack it all over the top, let it settle for a minute, bang that in the oven. It's delicious. It's a simple thing you can do to upscale those just normal garlic bread baguettes you get from Tesco's. Would highly recommend doing it, chat. Honestly, once you do it once, you'll never go back. Right. I guess we move. I can finally click yes. Yogurt. Yeah, see, I think it's more of a... There's a lot of cultural differences to do with like bases in foods, I feel like. Like different countries, they'll have the same exact food type per se, but the base that they use for it is usually the big differentiator. Segment of its own, probably. Speaking of chat, it's sort of food related. I had a Tango Ice Blast yesterday on my little side quest, and which is great because it's sugar free. Firstly, who here likes Tango Ice Blast? That should be a relatively universal thing, I would have thought, but you never know. Wait, did that say something about takeover? However, do you do what I do? Because I feel like most of you probably do this. You have one of each flavour, right? You get the half and you put the other half in, and then you've got a Tango Ice Blast that mixes the two flavours. That is the correct way to do a Tango Ice Blast, correct? Because Pog goes to me, is Tango only a British thing? There's probably a another name for it on the continent, perhaps. There has to be, right? I would hate to think that you guys are missing out on Tango Ice Blasts. That would be a bad time. Blood vessel circulation. Shout out to you. No one here with DK? Really? Huh. Oh, good God. The fact that those two penalties were missed within 4 minutes of each other. Never seen it outside the UK. Interesting. So, okay, let me just try to describe it to you. Essentially, Tango is kind of like Fanta, but a little bit more, honestly, not as nice in some ways. But I've only seen the blue and red. That's what I had yesterday. But what it is like a slushied version of it, like we'd get on bowling alley, basically. Yeah, they're basically just slushies, but it's Fanta. Or like, it's Tango, sorry. Pepsi's Fanta. It might be. I actually don't know. It may well be PepsiCo. I don't know. All I'm saying is it's a drink that is commonly associated with bowling alleys. That's probably the last time I had, other than the one Pog got me a few weeks ago. There was, is a bowling alley drink. Is it as sweet as Fanta? Yeah, I think it depends which Fanta. Because I find that, for example, the icy lemon Fanta isn't amazingly sweet, but the straight up lemon Fanta is. Who was that getting a takeover? Because I definitely saw something in one of these reports about a takeover. Ah! Naturally, it's Mets. Mix of beer and currant. Ooh. Interesting. Huh. So it's like a cocktail. You know when you've been tangled? Yeah. Is it really? I feel like we're all missing it. Maybe Portugal have got the right idea by whacking a bit of beer in there. Amusement park, yes. That's a good point, actually. To be fair, I've not been to a circus / sort of an amusement park for a very long time, but I have been to a bowling alley. 14 flavours. I'm at level with you, and I feel like this is a pretty universal experience in the UK. I've only seen blue and red. It's like cherry and blue raspberry, right? I think. Yeah, no, we call them slush puppies as well, but slush puppy, I think, is a brand name. And it used to be the thing that you would always see, but weirdly, over the last, I'd say, decade and a half, it's become more of a kind of... It's Tango Ice Blast has become the thing. For all I know, Slush Puppy got bought by them or something, or got the naming rights in the UK. Beppis of Concord Fizzy Orange. Yeah, and I'm not a fan of either. I'm not actually a fan of fizzy orange beverages at all, except for the Tory Fanta. San Pellegrino Aranciata, that is kind of fire, but it's a very different flavour profile. Bowling alleys in the UK. Bowling alleys have gone the way of cinemas a little bit, where it's... Back in the day, it was like a big deal where you like birthday parties constantly. It probably still kind of is, and cinemas, you know, it was cheap, the seats, but now they've moved, well, cinemas certainly have moved to a more premium experience with like reclining chairs, and the tickets are a little bit more expensive, but the experience is generally better, so it's more of a kind of thing you do for a little while. Bowling alleys as well, it's a lot more like there's, I feel like I don't remember there used to be alcohol on tap in bowling alleys in the way there is now. Beer and curry, that still sounds pretty cool, honestly. Britvic. Damn, we're just finding shit out today. We're tracing it back. Right, come on, give us another non-league side. Okay, that is actually really cool. Can anybody tell me why it's cool that we're playing against Beauvais? There's an Outcast to Icons tie-in here, which there's also a team here called Golden Lion. That just sounds like a pub. Immense. So basically, Beauvais was a team that we signed. I believe it was the first player we signed on loan during Serong was, I believe it was Tristan Massanello. I think. We signed Tristan Massanello from Beauvais. Hang on. There you go. So we signed him on loan when we were in Belgium from this club in France, from Beauvais. And ironically, upon returning to Beauvais, he didn't play another single minute and retired at 23, which makes no sense. Waze. Oh, so it's Beauvais Waze. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Bit late for that now. I can't change it in the video. That's so weird. He was a really good footballer. One under Golden Lion. Privé Saint-Hilaire FC. That's probably wrong, but it doesn't feel as difficult. Do we really? Who did we take last? Wait, they're off to Tahiti? No way. Where's Strasbourg? Oh, yes, they are. Amazing. So sick. Only one bowling alley. To be fair, there isn't a bowling alley here at all, which is actually the one. That's not the one thing this city's missing, but it's a notable exception. If I wanted to go bowling, I got to go to Cambridge, and I hate doing that. It was Strawberry Fair in Cambridge yesterday, which, if you know, you know. I think it was Strawberry Fair. There's still quite a lot of like non-league sides down here, which is kind of fun. Is there any non-league? Yes, there is. It's always good when you see the non-league ties against each other. Are they Martinique? They are. Do you recognise any other foreign teams? It's annoying that we can't see... Actually, I think the best way to go about this would be to just look for team names that don't sound French, or do, but haven't got a thing attached to them. So they're French. That's Versailles, obviously. For preparing the team. Mate, I went to pick up Pog from work, and it was like 6:30 yesterday, and people were just finishing, and it was just drunk people everywhere, man. And people wearing basically no clothes. I was just like, Christ, what have I walked into? France. I think those might be the only two. Borgo don't have bad. That's always a good sign. It means they're low down. Or I haven't updated back. Hello, Hazard. Other than being very warm, I'm pretty good. I can't see them. Oh, so it's like a Phoenix club, which means that the ID's different, right? Where is Borgo? Oh yeah, FC Borgo. So it looks like we're probably bottoming out around the 5th or 6th tier at this stage, which makes sense. There's a couple of teams in there. Oh yeah, I can only imagine. Sure, what in Finland? Is that common in Finland, Basil? Hello, Harv. How's it going, man? Oh, Corsica, sick. Ooh, also, by the way, shout out to Nice versus Monaco. That's really good news. To get 2 Ligue 1 clubs drawn against each other. In fact, there's another one here. Lens versus Paris FC. We're actually going to lose 2 Ligue 1 clubs minimum at this round alone. I just get the feeling we're going to have such a fucking great... There's PSG Stade Rennais as well. Oh, I love the Coupe de France. There is not a better cup competition in world football. And this is with FM not even modelling it properly. I mean, admittedly, if they did model it properly, we would be having like full-on, literally the equivalent of FM smoke breaks while the game processed those first rounds. Only like alcohol. Fair. I learned the other day, and I can't remember where I learned this, that Finland have an incredibly high population of, they eat more ice cream than anywhere else in Europe or something. Vestry, I'll tell you what, Harv, it was bloody close. The problem is my vests are way too big for me. The one I used to wear during the vest streams back in the day is it's comically large. I tried to look at it yesterday and I thought, oh, should I? But no, I shouldn't. Anyone fun in here? There's a lot of chocolate. You'd think so, but maybe they don't. It'd be a little bit like saying, hey, Belgium's really popular with chocolate, but maybe they're not. Maybe they produce it so much they get sick of it. Thoughts? Ice, not ice cream. I'm pretty certain it was ice cream. Apparently, they are one of the biggest ice cream consumers in Europe. I think it was a hockey podcast I was listening to, which would make sense that they were talking about Finnish ice cream habits. Tough reference. Yeah, I guess so. What it actually is, the issue is that FM starts it at the 5th round. There obviously are mods that you can set up to start it lower, and I think Hadrian may have done one. He may have done one of those himself when we did the Commonwealth Cup video, because I think Hadrian made a version that fixed the French Cup as well, perhaps. But you've got to be careful when you do that, because there are I forgot he was even here, honestly, friends. Hello, Quabs. How's your Sunday, friend? Panthers are still celebrating. Yeah. I imagine they're going to be celebrating for quite some time. They didn't even really put up much of a fight in the end, did they, the Oilers? The Panthers are just... It's actually insane the dominance that Florida has on the hockey scene right now, when you consider that in the last 6 Stanley Cup finals, there has been a Florida team in them. That's insane. Have you seen the video of Barkov going around to his neighbours' houses with the Stanley Cup at like 5 in the morning and just banging on the Ring doorbells? Have them moving your bed. That's what you do on a day like today. I wish I had that option. Glurg. I'm familiar with that, and I can't remember what I'm saying. I'm familiar with the name. What is glurg? It sounds like eggnog, but I imagine it probably isn't. Florida very much known for their ice. Naturally. Too damn hot. What you need is... No, there's no way of doing it, is there? You just don't... Oh, mulled red wine. I hate mulled wine. I've just never been so hard to ask. I think it's just... I mean, here's the thing, right? Do the Oilers get... I mean, I think with a goalkeeper, they get a lot closer. But even so, if they get like a... I mean, who do they even get? How likely are they to be able to do it again? And who are they even likely to get? I mean, should they have gone for Gibson or Vermelka? Like, but then you've still got to make that work salary-wise. And I don't know how they were going to do that. Because Pickard and Skinner are simply not good enough for a team that's trying to win a Stanley Cup, are they? They need something in the between, at least. Like, they don't need a Bobrovsky, but they need like a Mackenzie Blackwood, ironically. And David to the Lightning. That would be such a Lightning thing. There's no way that's happening, surely. Can they even afford his new contract? Because he's going to be on like a league max nearly, right? Actually, if he goes to Tampa, he probably wouldn't, would he? He'd take like a slightly... Oh, look, despite working hard, Mohamed El Achawi continues to play his way out of danger. That's basically the game saying, hey, your player still plays with matches. Grubauer to San Jose. Are they just like harvesting... You're being for Darcy Kemper next, which actually would be a good move. Max Bucko, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I'm never a big fan of mulled wine. I had it one time. Firework night 2008. No, 2009. No, 2007. Doesn't really matter. My mate brought some round and it was rank. And maybe it's just because it was bad mulled wine, but just the idea of drinking hot alcohol does not appeal to me at all. But it explains that. Hey, at least this season was a massive upside for you guys. Like, I had the Flames finishing like bottom 2 this year, honestly. But so the fact that they did what they did is fucking impressive. PB on 10k. Hell yeah, that's awesome, man. I was looking at some of my PB times on Strava last night, and I realized just how many of them were set in a half marathon I did in 2019, or a random training run I did training for another half marathon. What I'm saying is I need to get better. Ice hockey in the UK as well. The EIHL is what we have. I was supposed to be going to a game in March, actually. Pog and I were, on our birthday. But unfortunately, we got so inordinately drunk on the day before that I was in no fit state to be driving to Coventry to watch a game. Warm drink was fun. I guess, but if I'm having a warm drink, I don't know if I want the alcoholic twinge in that. I just like coffee. Let's see. We're into like European scouting now, which is going to be a little bit tougher. Although it does mean we should have a lot of those guys scouted fully for January. Oh, that's the... Wait, have I got any... Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, Danny Lavelle. That's... Oh, it's because Ireland, isn't it? Let's get Danny in. And then we will head over to the scouting. And then change this over. I notice how it like persists with your views across multiple saves. So because I was using the fullback filters on... Wait, is that the right one? Or was there another general info? No, that is the one. When I was doing the tests for the league. Wow, that's a lot of players. I'm assuming this is just... Well, hang on a minute. There's a Brazilian striker at Hoogstraten who's 16 years old. So your scouts need... the level we're at, it's basically just as good as possible. So pretty much judging PA, judging CA. That's all I'm really interested in from my scout. Actually, is there anything else? At this stage, really, I'm just interested in judging CA and judging PA. It's only really later that I start to care about their actual knowledge of certain countries. At that point, then it does matter. But for the time being, until you've got really double-digit scouts, I would just focus on getting the best ones you can. That'll mean that... Because if you're doing your scouting like me anyway... sorry, what's his name? Theodorus Gillian. Oh, or Gillian, I guess. There's just a great set of players. There's also a dude here called... what's his name? Sameh Mufti. I met... Ooh, Belgian-Egyptian. Hey, it might be one of our few ways of getting an Egyptian player. There's a Belgian poll hit, right? Let me just scout these guys. Oh my god, that... Sorry? I guess it's because it's... A lot of these guys are unaffordable for us, but holy shit. So all these Belgian guys, unless they're at really low clubs, which they're not, are going to be really tough to afford for us, but that's fine. The ones we should be interested in, though, are the players from, like, Minsk. Yeah, so basically, HP, we managed to sell a clause to Palace for £7 million, which is great. It's insane. So... I think the problem that often people run into, Safari, is that they may not have their databases set up like I do, and as a result, the fishing isn't going to be quite as fruitful for some people. To ensure Victor, I'm going to get there. Where's Victor? There's also this guy who's 18 years old. Who's at Anderlecht, obviously. It's classic overpriced Belgium right there. Fish of fruit? It can be. If you're feeling extra... Where is the Victor? I'm not seeing a Victor. Is it his surname or his first name? Who's he play for? Hang on, I'm just going to go down and have a little look at some of these guys. Ooh, not the quickest, unfortunately. Shit players who find a... Produce shit players. I think this is why when people say, which teams are you scouting? I find it difficult to give an answer. I've tried to. The problem is, if you put in the exact same teams I'm scouting, you may not get the same results I do, because I find these teams organically... I mean, obviously, most of these teams you'd expect to be producing players. This is a bad example, but for example, in this save, FC Minsk actually have players, and they're producing players, which means I can... realistically actually look at their team and find players there. Most of the time in your save, these guys wouldn't be, but they are here. And the reason I found this is because I was looking at the Belarusian youth teams to find my players. I mean, look at that. They've got 3 guys here. We scout everyone except for the ones we don't. Nailed it. And also remember, I've now dropped... If I was at Tenerife still, for example, these players, we'd maybe have like 2 or 3 that were considered 5 stars. But because we're now second tier France, the squad value is massively less than it was before. Let me just have a look at the Minsk dudes. Sergei Volovich. Hey, he could actually get fast enough to be a useful player. Potentially. He's only 17. But the other guy was more interesting because he was an AM-CM. 16. Would need to keep an eye on him. Michael George is there too. And if we have some faith in him, he might get really good. Unfortunately, he plays for Young Genk. Oh, that's so annoying. They poached him from Aqua. And by the way, I don't even mean poached, they just actively signed him from Aqua. He would have been brilliant. Great jumping reach, good on both feet, 6'4", great teamwork, really good work rate as well. I guess that because he can play DM too. Solid tackle. He would have been a magnificent player to pick up if we'd have nabbed him from Aqua. But we're a little bit behind. Either way, there's some cracking players in here, most of which we can't even afford. If I just turn on transfer, you'll see that, actually, weirdly the Genk guys, but that might just be, no, it won't be transfer. Yeah, that would have to be full transfers, wouldn't it? Oh, was that the Victor guy? This guy here. Not horrendous. The issue really is that he's 22. I will still scout him, but I suspect that because he's 22, we would lose a lot of our ability to mold him the way I want. The reason I have this set, though, to 22, 23, is so that we can occasionally nab an absolute monster. Particularly from South America, I find. You do just find those guys. Hands streamer. Oh, shit. I know who's that. Why aren't you watching them? Oh, I'd go watch them if I were you, personally. Knocks ball past opponent on centre back. Yeah, that's not ideal, is it? Nolsey have dropped more points. Excellent news. We have a chance to go 5 clear of them now. Yeah, we've got a little bit more cash. Yeah, so this is the thing. The little clever trick thing that Hadrian just explained there. The reason that these players are showing up here, and I cannot stress this enough, these players have not yet been scouted. When you do a team report, it's a game mechanic that is supposed to be used for analysis purposes. But when you get a team report of a team, you get the most vague outline of the player's profile. Now, you'll notice here that we actually have quite a lot of knowledge of this guy, despite only having done a team report. The reason for that is because we have good knowledge of Belgium. But the way that the game designates these as team reports, so you'll see here, if I just show you the... Hang on. If I go down a bit to the guys that we aren't actually actively scouting, so these guys here, they're on here. We can see their potential and their ability, but for some reason, they've not got scouted next to them, which means we haven't technically, according to the game, scouted this player. And that is why this part is so important. So what this is basically saying is to the game, basically it's saying, have you scouted this player before? And it shows only players that you haven't scouted before, even though, obviously we have to an extent, but only through team reports, which doesn't count, which is a way of maintaining a dynamic list of players. So once these guys get assessed by a scout, they'll disappear from this list. That's the beauty of it. That's why this is so powerful, and that's why my next video basically is going to be about new scouting methods that we didn't put in my original video or need to update from before. So that'll be coming out this week. That's what I'm going to work on tomorrow. I know, look at him. He's making 2 videos in 2 weeks. Ha! Crazy times. Johnny Favreau is going to get annoyed at me. So it's Gamboa. Yeah, so it's not just going to be about that particular scouting method, obviously, because a lot of that stuff is already in the first one, but I will be updating that bit especially. But there's also a lot of scouting methods that we use that I didn't put in that original video that I now want to show people as well. Because I figured at this time of year, right, that's the sort of content people need. Like, do you need me to make a video about that post that they said that FM26 is coming, or whatever? Like, we kind of knew that already, right? Just to catch you guys up here, there was like a Sega thingy where basically they essentially announced that a game would be coming this year. To the surprise of nobody. Very unhappy at work. Is you one of them, Pogs? We'll get Gambas in. Nikolic and Abubakar. Yeah, no, it's a new year, new me, TSRT. I have, honestly, full 2025. I know! Shocked Pikachu face. Mr. Alfang! Thank you for the follow. Didn't even say confirmed. That's a good point, actually. Technically, last one was scheduled for fall as well, so yeah. Two names for I'm trying not to be that. But maybe you could argue that I'm also not a YouTuber. I haven't been for the past 4 months, but now I am again. I know that, Daz. I just think that sometimes people don't engage the logic centers in their brains. I think once you take a step back on a macro level and understand that SI cannot afford as a business to not release a game this year, then it pretty much staples that to you. But I realise it's tough for us without knowing the insides and outsides of stuff, right? Because as a content creator, I hear things from people, stuff that obviously I don't repeat, but there's nothing that I've heard that has made me have any reason to believe that there isn't going to be one, right? You know? Thank you, Mr. Alfang. Do you know what? That's a better response than most people. Usually it's just like, what the hell are you doing? Are you okay? Have you played the game before? Cooking soup on dry bones. Ooh, is that like a Danish idiom there, Saz? I like that. Or is it a Saz original? I like how you put things as well. Yes, agreed. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Let me just set the bench. Shehu's not fit again yet. The new guys aren't ready yet. I like this setup. Saz OG. Love to see it. It'll almost certainly be the usual game time. Because at this point, right, why would you release it slightly earlier if you're SI? Why not just take that extra time? 7-player bench in it. You wait till you see my bench on Thursday with Conrad Lima everywhere. and be disappointed. I choose to have faith in them because, and I stress this quite a lot, but I'm going to stress it again. Every time I talk to an employee of SI, they want this game to be as successful as possible, and they want it to be just as successful as a good game as you do. They are so passionate about it that we're in the right hands. Now, obviously, they're not the decision makers, because most of the time when I'm talking to people from SI, when I've gone to things in the past, it's usually devs, QA people, which honestly, I think are actually the people that you want to talk to in a way, right? But, yeah, trust me, they want it to be as good. And it's not just from, Mike or whatever like that. There's so many people there that are great. Matchmaker provides a breakdown of their performance. Does it really? Anarith coming in with it. So, just have I hover over his name here? Where do I... Is it because of the skin? Do I have to not be paused? In the tablet? Okay, one sec. We're going to test this out then. We'll be able to break new ground on things here. Come on, Bauer. Oh, it's not that great. Wait, Alejandro! That's not your name. Alvarado! Is he offside? Oh, he actually fucking... Actually, he might not be. Because the ball didn't actually go to Abubakar, did it? I think it bounced back off the defender. No, it's disallowed. Cool. I assume he actually was offside, even though he didn't touch the ball. Which is silly on him. Oh, it's narrow but close. So how do we do this? So in here? Or is it because it's too early in the game? The mild Polish restaurant. I don't know what that means. So I can't see it until the second half. I see. Okay, we'll fine with that. Let's just get this off there. I definitely want to try that then. That is... I love that Oxlow. That's exactly the sort of thing I would do. Because your brain goes, I could use one as a sub, but where's the fun in that, right? It's exactly like what happened when we got to Luxembourg. Oh, that's... Wow, he should have scored that. Right. This has been a bit of a rough start from us, honestly. I know we probably should have been in front if Abubakar could stay on side. Perhaps you do it for 15. Let's have a little gander here. Which menu do you do it from? I just want to know in advance so we can do it when we get there. That is either going to be a brilliant pass or... Yeah, it was nearly a brilliant pass. That should be fine. Do it in Poland. To be fair, it's good practice for next year because building a nation next year with Wisła Kraków is going to be fire. I'm really looking forward to doing that save and going to Krakow as part of it. This screen. But we have to wait till the second half. Okay. Tanzania and Kibo shall be here today, yeah. We've got a few guys joining us in January, including... There's another player we signed, and I can't remember who it was. We've got quite a few guys. Oh, that's a great pass. Come on, Abubakar, this is your moment. I love the animation there, but this man really does not score goals, doesn't he? He's made not scoring into an absolute art. Coup de France were playing Beauvais-Oise, a team that we actually have a slight history with from when we were in Belgium, because we actually signed Tristan Massanello on loan from them in our first... He was actually, I think, our first loan signing of the save when we got to Belgium was from Beauvais-Oise. Good tackle. Well played, buddy. So it's only on players with the green box. Let's see here. I don't have to click on them or anything, do I? I just have to hover. We'll try second half. I think they're fourth tier. Abubakar is very Magdi-like, yeah, I must admit. It's a bit of a spend on him. But at the moment, we're doing okay. So, oh shit, look at the space. Oh, that's going to be a goal, isn't it? Yeah, there's really no complaining there. That is all the fault of Lotalamio. The way he pushes into midfield there, horrible. Not great. That was just shocking. The way that... Like, this guy's marked, so great. Just stand off. Him going to close him down there is wild play. And to be fair, they've been better than us today. 32-inch screen gets horrible. So small. You, I think, should be able to adjust the zoom levels or resolution in the game settings to make it more appropriate for your screen type, I think. So, for example, I play on, I think, 95%. Whatever Saz's skin is optimized for is the one that I use, because obviously I just do what Saz tells me to do. But zoom levels is probably how you'll... If you got the right resolution, then zoom levels is how you're going to control it. You can have it set in as low as 70, I think. Smakes might get in the cup, potentially, yeah. Ah, crap. Are we about to just get... Wow. Okay, then. It's going to be one of those days, is it? Dumbarton with the trialists. They didn't even take the time to call them A trialist and B trialist. I am absolutely livid. I don't know what size monitor I've got, actually. I genuinely don't know. Like, Grenoble aren't a bad side, but it is a disappointing performance from us so far in general. WKS. I remember, weren't they like a team that actually was around for quite a while? I swear we played against them with Polonia back in the day. Or were I thinking of someone else? Was that Katowice? It might have been Katowice I was thinking of. Oh, that was GKS, I think. Right. Results like this aren't ideal. Go on, slide it across. You know you want to. It's the woodwork hitting in this stage of the save is actually crazy. The amount of chances we've missed this season because of the woodwork is wild. Right, so let's have a little look. Do I have to do it in-game? Like when we're in a highlight or something? I'm still seeing nothing. In fact, even on the green boxes. Let's try like 60 minutes. I'm still irked at the fact that we're losing this game. Particularly now with Angers. Let's have a look at the look in game. Still not seeing anything. A little bit concerning. Wow, that is dreadful defending from them. Right, come on, Nikolic. Abubakar, you got to bury this one, buddy. I am out of... I know he's got a touch to that, but like, Jesus Christ. It is actually insane, the chances being missed by this team now. It's so first season at a new club. Right, come on, Biasco. Ah, right, we're going to make some subs here. Is it not the fitness map? Is it? No, that actually does show that stuff. But it doesn't show the thing we were actually looking for. Let me sort some subs out while we consider more options there. This man is insane. Bauer's been good, but I like Jordan off the bench. Oh, I didn't realise I started Diallo. Fuck it, I'll bring Carriel. Ooh, yeah, fuck it, we got to go for it anyway. It's not the best of options there. We've been actually as good as them in the end, sadly, but it looks like it's going to be more drop points in these sort of moments, but what can you do? It's irksome watching Abubakar play like that, basically. It's the rating you need to hover over. Yeah, I mean, it's not currently working for me, but that doesn't mean it can't for other people. 2018. Yeah, that sounds like that was before I did that save. That is a really disappointing result, to be honest. I know we're missing a couple of players in places, but that is still just subpar. Chances missed. Abubakar by himself in this game. He must be underperforming his XG by now. Maybe it'll work in the next game. I mean, we might need to sell him, but like, ain't nobody going to buy him, are they? Yeah, at least Angers didn't win. Wait, did they drop points in the end? Oh, great. On basically, but people have said that they're using Saskin and it worked for them as well. But either way, it's fine. That's... Did that song request actually go through properly, United fans? Because it looks like the end got cut off, but maybe Spotify can still read that. Oh, well done, Jalving. Okay, so we are still top. One game away from halfway. So no harm done. I think so. That's all right. As long as it's gone through. That's cool then. Not sure how it's triggered. It could just be one of those random things. Oh, next game. Nancy at home. Well, 3 straight home games too. And then a cup game too. We have to win these next 2. I think we should have some players back from injury as well, because I think we're missing both of our right backs. Which probably is one of the things that's definitely not helped us there. Right backs are so important in this tactical setup. At least the board are still happy. A lot of the stuff is unstable because it's making use of things that the game is trying not to show you, essentially. Like, for example, people often ask how we've got access to things like the percentages again. Board objective, it was qualify for the playoffs, which we're in very good shape to do. Yeah, it's the spaghetti code of FM, which, as we know, is an absolute minefield, right? A spaghetti minefield.
It's good.
Bolognese explosion, so to speak.
Winter. It can get very depressing.
No, Pipikin PLM. Thank you for the follow. 4-2. Okay, so that's good. The under 19s are still playing well. Ooh, FK Sarajevo could actually be a legit... Oh. Not as impressive as I was hoping. I thought we might get an absolute you know, you tend to get some genuine monster. He's okay. Maybe we already got the one we were going to get, Nikolic. Yeah, weirdly, the instability of the game is actually one of the things that makes it good in some ways, because it does allow you two to do absolutely heinous shit. And then I get to make content around said heinous shit, so I ain't complaining, that's for sure. Tau. Oh, I've heard of Tau before. When it gets to about 89 and they're losing, they just throw in the Tau. Let's just go through Serie C instead, it'd be easier. While we're here. Oh, Tenerife still 9th. That is bad. They are doing bad shit. Let's have a look at Tau. Empoli being bottom of Serie B feels quite low. Oh yeah, I forgot it does that, doesn't it? Yeah, Tau there. There's Gubbio up there as well. Notably, no sign of Sestri. They did get back into Serie D, though, if I remember correctly. Malta and Gozatan leagues. I can't, because I don't have Malta switched on in this save. So there's nothing really to show. We didn't bother turning Malta on because we knew we weren't going to manage there anyway, because obviously we just spent the last 30-odd seasons in Malta. So we thought it would be just save us a tiny bit of processing time. So this is Tau Calcio Alto Pascio. The captain is Leonardo De Martini. Great. You don't want a captain that can be shaken or stirred. Daniele Kripa. Yeah, these are they. They've basically just kind of hovered. They've pretty much been Serie D for most of the save and a couple of little stuff like that. With Roy Kent as the manager as well. Yeah, I've definitely heard of them before. Or maybe I was thinking of Pau, actually. You're right. I might have confused them with Pau. Who are a team that makes sense. Rimini down there as well. I remember playing against those guys because we were in Serie C Group B, weren't we? I remember playing against most of these sides when we were playing with
20 months.
The team who must not be named. Clay! Thank you for the 20 months. My stream deck's died there. That was weird. Thank you, friend. How's your Sunday? How's your week going in general? Wow, Gubbio are truly gubbing. They've got both of the top scorers in the league, which is a bit surprising. While we're at it. Any weird shit? When are we playing Serie C? Never happened. Hey, oh no, it's the same one, isn't it? I keep thinking that's a new points. Newcastle actually are only not joint top of the league because of the points deduction. Swansea. Okay, no one's getting cut adrift there, which is a good sign. Scunthorpe, ooh, looking like they might be dropping out of League One this year, unfortunately, despite having that ridiculous striker. Maybe they sold him. Like, if anything was to explain why... No? Okay, still there. Is it this guy here? Yeah. I say striker. This very good player. Who I'm still amazed is actually playing at League One level. Because this guy's, I would say, good enough for the Championship, if not higher. Lost 6 games in all competition and back-to-back. That's incredible. And that's the sort of thing that we were going to come up against in Spain if we'd stayed at Tenerife. Trying to overthrow the hegemony of those three sides, really. Like, Atletico, despite not winning any titles, are usually up in that batch as well. The fact that Tenerife are down in 9th place with a +1 goal difference, that's kind of inexcusable given the squad we built them. But maybe the squad we built them was too young to really... Oh, looks like Andorra heading down again. I wonder if the squad basically was too young to be as good as it was under us because it was so built around the way that we play. The Ron effects in it. Troyes lose again. God, they really are shitting the bed. Almeria are a bit like that, though. If you recall, that was the team that lost. They conceded, was it 17 goals to Real Madrid in one season over 2 games, then stayed up. Yeah, they got rid of Ahumada, so things have probably improved slightly, I would have thought. Oh, did Real Oviedo... Right, I saw that, because they were playing Mirandes, weren't they? That's quite a cool playoff final, because Real Oviedo are just a team that are well-liked, aren't they? Especially outside of Spain. And obviously Santi Cazorla. How could you not like Santi Cazorla, the lovely little chipmunk man? But hadn't Mirandes never been in the top flight? Yeah. Which would have been pretty sick. How is Cariello still happy with his playing time, despite the fact he's not started a game? Very surprising. Because it must have been a long time since Oviedo have been top flight, right? They were always one of those teams that people were kind of obsessed with in England. I don't know, they were like a football hipstery team in England. For some reason. I don't know why that happened. I think, wasn't it because they were like fan-owned in a way that they were like selling shares or something and people were getting quite invested in it? I think that's what happened. I remember Spencer back in the day was doing some stuff with Oviedo. This was quite a long time ago. Like, not early days of YouTube, but early days of this type of YouTube, I suppose. There you go. So it was because of Spencer. Hey, if it saved the club, and look where they are now, right? It's obviously just taken a while to get there, but... Oh, a midweek game? We don't do those here. Yeah, I mean, obviously I would have known about them, but I think they, yeah, gained more notoriety, I suppose, because of Spen. So how much does he? I mean, you'd be surprised how many like former footballers are involved in these random clubs. I think it's cool. Panovich, Chicago for... Ooh. That is kind of fun, actually, just going all over the shop. Right. Okay, luckily all the... I think the guys that were missing from the last game were actually suspended, not injured. So it should be a case of bringing them back in next time around against Nancy, because that is a must-win game. Particularly with Metz straight after. And then it's no more matches till January, which means we can get the new guys in. Although I'm not sure how many they're actually... Oh, come on now. Oh, come on now. How is this happening? Are you injury prone? No. Oh, God, it's going to be Sven again, isn't it? God's sake. It's only Nancy. This could be bad. Inject. The problem is if we then inject him for this game, wouldn't he then be out even longer? Also, do you remember that time when that player kicked? Let's try it. Maybe we could have Sven missing for the game afterwards. Fuck it. We'll inject him for this one, and then we can play Sven against Metz. Far from good enough to go far in the UCL. Well, you want to try and qualify for it as much as you can, because the further you go in the qualifiers, the more money you're going to get. What you really want is to be dropping down into the Conference League or the Europa League, because the money is superb. Bulgarian Kraken. It would be good. Now that we're doing those... So I skipped a lot of the major European sides when it came to the... I did a bit of Belgium, because you kind of got to. But I skipped like your France's, Germany's, England, and all those people, because we're just never going to get any players from those clubs. We do have a backup goal. Basically what happened is our starting goalkeeper was bought from us after our window shut because he had a release clause and we couldn't do anything about it. So we have signed a new goalkeeper. It's this guy here, Eric Kilaza. But he then couldn't join us until January. Because solid keeper, though. I can't believe he was actually still knocking about in Tanzania of all places. So we do have a few guys joining us. Sergio Lopez is in as well. Although, I think he might have been a player that... I think that must be because I signed him for... Wait, why did we sign that guy? Bright Osaji as well. Really like Bright Osaji. Him on that right-hand side could be really, really tasty. We've also got Mark Chauke, who, again, for the same reasons, he's got insane pace. And then lastly, Lothman Deng, who I think has the potential to be like a good version of Abubakar. That's our current... Are they all African? Oh, no, we've got one Colombian guy in there. That's our current January crop. Under 19 goalkeeper. Well, we got Sven. But he can start this game, which should be okay. What I do want to do, though, is start Mwamba, get Favreau back in, Vargas and Lotalamio. Diallo surely isn't starting here because I can put Alexandre back in on the left-hand side. That's a better lineup. That kind of covers more of our bases. I just want to make sure that we've got the right players on the bench. Like Gamboa, really, instead of Marcin. Sally, we need to try and sell. If we can. That being said, I don't think it would be a bad idea to put Sven on the bench in this game in case our goalkeeper's injury gets worse during the match. Yes, that's the plan, Connor. Because where's the fun if we don't do that? You can't build a tactic and then not use it. Right, that should be a better lineup. Keeper is going to be a little bit sassy, but... Oh, they've got a Belarusian as well. Wow, what a lovely team. I was going to say there's no repeat nationalities, but there is 2 French dudes and 2 Spaniards. Right, that'll do. This is big, though. I think this is pretty much our best lineup that we can put out currently, but that should improve in January. And not to mention, we've got all that money to potentially find a couple of real push for it kind of players. But we only need to get top 2. And I think the chances of that are pretty strong. Psychic composure or something. So Abubakar doesn't have the best composure, if I recall. It's 10, which isn't horrendous, but it should... Do you know what I mean? At this level, you'd expect it to be slightly better. That's probably what's costing him. That, and he doesn't like big matches. And I think the reputation of the league might be starting to catch up with him there. He's not inconsistent, but he's also not consistent. Like, there is a reason why he's playing as poorly. Like, he's got 5.4 XG. Oh, actually, let's just focus on the league. 4.6 for 3 goals. It's not good enough, basically. So in January, I would like to find someone new. So we'll just have to see who comes up. But it's tough. Because if we could get promoted with Abubakar as the number 1 striker, it would then allow us to sign someone much better in the summer, rather than signing a guy in January that we then have to try and replace in the summer and it costs us loads of money. Ideally, we'd find a guy that's good enough for us now, better than Abubakar, and will grow with the team so we don't have to replace him in the summer. That's the dream, but obviously that's really difficult to do. But I think that's the biggest gap to plug in January. Like the DM spots, we did brilliantly on deadline day. Striking the youth intake? No, it's a CM, a centre-back, and a goalkeeper. All right, at least one of each. That's the few anyway. I think there's there's an A-rated goalkeeper, an A-rated centre-back, and a B-rated central midfielder, I think. We could loan, but the problem with loans is that unless we've got the player fully scouted, it's going to be really silly for us to try to loan a player in. If we can't see if the player's any good or not, loaning them is basically a waste of our time. And it's very rare that we have fully scoutable knowledge on a player that that is willing to join us on loan and that we want to loan, basically. That's the problem. We can't afford to punt on loans if it's going to cost us loads of money. This is a very poor start for us. Here we go. Go short, perhaps. Oh, wait. Please tell me he's not offside. As if he's fucking offside. Brother! I swear to God, Patrick. You are... Or maybe there's no assist because crossbar. Wait a minute. Of course it's disallowed. It's Abubakar. This man... Everything this man touches turns to offside. Look how offside he is! Also... Oh, Christ. Should have known, really. What is the lighting going on here? That's offside as well. Ooh, it's just the day of offside goals. I think as long as we don't lose against Nancy here, that's okay. Like, a draw here would actually keep us parity with them, so that's fine. I just don't want to lose this home one. But I am a bit worried already. It's just because this game got really fast so far. There's been 2 highlights. There's just offside goals. Because we have just started to, like, waver ever so slightly, but I'm hoping getting the guys back in the team the way we have now, like getting Alexandre and Moamba back in their correct positions, I think is a big deal for us, because those two definitely, we played well when those two were in the correct roles. Come on, show a bit of energy on them. Win it in midfield, get that breakaway going. Ooh, shit, he's cut right inside here. Hopefully he can now retreat into his position. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, he's basically, he thinks he's in Zaggy. Right, here we go. Come on, show that run. What is an awful touch, but you must have better fire it home behind. Oh, please, he's there. Oh, no, come on. It's just stuff like that. The wastes of chances when we get into those positions, it's actually incredible. Right, Briasco, show me a bit of quality here, bud. Go back outside. Keep going. Go, just have a shot. Come on! Evaristo Briasco. That's the quality that we've been missing. Like, that's the thing. This is what Lazio... I think they obviously just didn't have space for him in their squad anymore, because there's no way we should have been able to get him for £650,000. He's got 7 goals from left midfield, and it's not even Christmas yet. That is a great finish. Well, actually, is it? Hey, it went in. If it goes in, it's a great finish. I don't know, actually. I'll have to ask Aaron later if he's seen his squad. I assume he has. We are very lucky to be ahead in this game, but we've also had some unlucky games. So if we get a lucky win finally, then I'll take that. Alejandro. Nikolic. Oh, go on, Damien. Off the bar again. Oh, yeah, Abubakar smashing that into the crowd. Like, to be fair, we've been crap, but we've created at least a couple of openings. They've created basically nothing, which means our defence, at the very least, is playing well. I think that's what was kind of missing in the last game. We were just looking a bit funky defensively and couldn't take our chances, obviously. Particularly, I think Stan, that would actually send us 5 points clear. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, thank you very much for the prime. That's very kind, sir. I hope you're having a lovely day. Hopefully we'll have a lovely day if we can actually get this win. Neither of the strikers are actually doing a lot. I say strikers. Neither of them are strikers. That's probably what the reason is. Thought I'd just try hovering again to see if we could get that thing to work, but sadly not. Right. Booba off. Bauer off. I like that sort of Briasco, because we've got Mets midweek, we're going to get Cariello on and save the other subby. I'm a bit worried about Alvarado. Yeah, I tried to sneak. Oh, I thought, oh, if it doesn't expect me, maybe it'll work. Without pausing. Yeah, sure. No. I'll see if we get another highlight, but ideally I don't want another highlight. I'd rather just win 1-0 at this point.
Fiona!
It's super odd. Thing is, right, remind me next stream, it'll probably just randomly work because I'll have restarted my PC or something. Do you know what I mean? FM is so temperamental like that. Oh, no. Alaska. Sorry, Alaska. Thank you very much for the follow. Are we about to concede their only shot of... Right, come on, just don't think stupid. Oh, no, please don't head it, for the love of Christ. I'm very worried that they're going to basically score their only shot of the match. Yeah, they 100% are. Or actually, maybe I'll... Yeah, they are. It's unfortunate, chat, but I have to admit this is likely to be a 1-1 draw now. Because they've done nothing in this game. We were leading. We've dominated them, especially in the second period. They're going to score here. It's a real shame. I was going to switch it to, like... Oh, hopefully he'll shoot. Oh, fucking hell yes. Go on, Alex. Oh, no, the highlight's still going. Every time it does this, I'm always expecting some horrendous error. That is an unbelievable pass. Wait a minute. Oh, go on, Jordan. Go on, son. It's Nikolic. Can he kill the game? Nikolic, yes! Come on. Dave, that's what finishing looks like. I hold my hands up. This is a huge win. This is the sort of win that wins you titles. Look at this from Jordan, by the way. The pass to him is brilliant, but look at this. The way he goes past the defender, sets himself up, draws the other two in, and then just releases that beautiful... God, I love that player. He is going to be fabulous one day. Jordan is the kind of guy that could anchor this midfield in the future for us. He's so good. And that is a big, big win. Sends us 5 clear of them now. Amazing. Oh, the save from Petrangeli was excellent as well. And now it means I don't care if we don't have him for the next game. Yeah, the Nazi defender, it reminds me a little bit of the goal that we conceded against Fulham in the Conference League final. That random one with their second goal that just came out of nowhere. Oh, dear. Right. Found it only works if the cursor is an arrow instead of the hand. Oh, really? Okay. Next thing to try in the next game, then. It feels like it's always a hand when I hover over it. It's expecting me. Good stuff. That's really, really useful. It sucks, though, because it's like, imagine if we'd just got that win over Grenoble. We'd now be really starting to pull away. But I believe, statistically, we are consistently the best side in this league. And over the course of a full 38-game season, we should be winning this league by 7 or 8 points, I think, in the end. Provided there's no massive injuries to crucial players. Wait, he might even be back for the... I think Petrangeli's going to be fine. Usually giving a player injections extends their injury time, but for some reason, because it was such a small injury, it seems like he's going to be okay. It's only a bruised knee. Like, you don't need knees. Who does he think he is? Some kind of knee haver? Embarrassing. That's actually worked out perfectly. I need to start using injections more. Right, Angers get a dub. No real surprise there. We don't even have to win the league, though. We just have to not come third. Well, actually, to be fair, the board wouldn't even care if it came third. The point is, we're now 12 points clear of 6th place, which is actually what we need to do. After the start of the second half. Okay. Interesting. Right, we'll have to try that next time. Ooh, Ludogorets. They're bound to have some absolute monsters, right? Oh. Wow. Genuinely disappointed in you, lads. Strong bubble mental. Mate, they were. I mean, to be fair, there's still 2 more recaps to catch you up to where we are right now, but we'll get in there. I am going to start working on the challenge one soon, but I want to actually make some other videos first, because I've got this, like, my focus radar has actually somehow managed to come back around to my job again. As a result, I'm more motivated than ever to make YouTube. I haven't felt this good about it since, like, December 2023. Oh, I know it can. That's why I don't generally use it. I think it's more, the more severe the injury is, the more bad it will make it, right? Spitfire! Thank you very much for the 9 months. That's how you get addicted to injection. We chat as a group, we need to start taking more drugs. Yeah, it's just run out of face in the games. Who was that ridiculous... We had a giant striker on a save a few years ago, like proper giant. 20 national teams... So just to clarify, we're not getting reports on national teams. This is, I think, one of the confusions with this save method. I'm not getting reports on national teams. Valev, yes, the one. I'm getting reports on the teams within the national teams. So as an example, actually Bulgaria's a bad example because I've done all of these already. Let's just go to Chile, actually, because I haven't done... yeah, so if basically national teams, Chile, then I go to their under 20 squad, because that's usually where the regens are. Well, they're all regens anyway, but like, and what I'm looking for is teams that are producing loads of players. So for example, I'd probably take, honestly, I'd take pretty much every team on this screen, maybe except for Union de la Calera, because all of these are likely producing, I mean, you can see they're producing players that are good enough to get in these squads. So that's how I find them, basically. And then I just go through like that, then do the next lap. And obviously, tend to have a little look in some of the higher squads as well, because there might be some clubs you're missing. And honestly, if you've got the time, just go do them all. But if you're on like a bit of a schedule and you want to be a bit more, what's the word? Not expedient about it, then at that point, then you can just go for the ones with the most players. So you're looking for the clubs that have the strongest representation in the lower stages of the national teams, because it means A, they're recently producing regens, which is what you want, because it means their youth intakes will actually have players in, and 2, they're producing players of a quality that are good enough for that country's national team. So for example, you might find that Exeter City have got a full youth intake, but they're not putting anyone in the national team, and thus it would be a waste of your time to scout them. No offense, Exeter City, sure, you're lovely, but yeah, that's basically how I would do it. Like when I'm being really unpicky, then I will go for, like when I set up the ones for Tenerife, I pretty much went after everybody. That's why we had 850. I only have like 300 at the moment because I was just trying to make sure we had like a base setup. So I haven't even done South America yet. Mostly because we really couldn't sign that many South Americans anyway because of the rules in France. Next season for sure. Oh, they absolutely have. But like there's most likely not going to be that many players in their squads right now. If I was to look and say, for example, the England youth team, I'd be... This is where there's like 3 Exeter City players in there. So Arsenal, Braga... You do sometimes see, but most of the time... I mean, there's actually a Lincoln City goalkeeper in there, which is fun. Barnet have got a guy. If I see Exeter City, I swear to God. The further up you got Maidstone United. He's got to be on loan, right? On loan from Scum. Okay. Sam Hill at Hartlepool. On loan from, I hate the fact that it doesn't show them as on loan here. 2 different dudes from Atromitos, but they're definitely on loan. There's a guy Wrexham. Yeah, they're all just loanees. Morty McTurney. That's tremendous. There's also Stephen King. So there's that. PSG, let's have a look. Bear in mind, I don't just look at the under-19s. I just start with that as a base. So there's 2 PSG guys in here. I will also look at like the under-21s as well, because you will again see a slightly higher amount of them. I usually go through a couple of times at different age groups, because usually when you come to the second or third pass through a continent, you're adding less and less teams each time, because you're only spotting ones that are like slightly out of your peripheral. In Poland, we've got loads. We've got Legia, all sorts of other ones, I'm sure. Does he have it? I guess we're going to find out. I don't think he's the only Stephen King in this save either. I'm fairly certain I've made this joke before in this save. And it was definitely about this dude. So yeah, there's actually 2 Stephen Kings. Composure's actually quite low. I'm trying to think what you need as a writer, I guess. Flair? Yeah, a dad joke for the first time chatter is what we love to see. I'm going to have to like mouth off to this guy, aren't I? The important player. What basically happened, Check, is that you got here and I realised you weren't that important. Leaving would be the best. Tremendous. We'll get some money out of you, bud. Transfer request. I mean, how much did we pay for him? It wasn't a lot, was it? 190k. We'll make our money back on him. Training long-term save. It could be. It's just not one that I mean, for someone else potentially, but it's just not really my thing. Like, I've just been a huge fan of Pentagon. I don't even know why. Who? We have a player on loan at Ulkisa in Norway, and I didn't even realise it. I'll have to see it on the half-time screen. Oh. So it does. Oh, yeah, you can see it. That's super useful information. Like, that I wish the game made more readily available, honestly. Players' wimpiness has gone up. Maybe? But oh well. We move. Yeah, I mean, why would they have something useful as a feature? would be silly. Because that's something that you would, to be able to see that at a quick glance is really fucking useful. Like, a player's expected goals and expected assists especially, actually, really important. Yeah, like, as for Pentagon stuff, I like the Outcast of Icons element of things. It's always difficult for content when you go outside of Europe, which is why I do want to test out that thing where we go to South America, but in like a contained environment, which gives us the opportunity to sort of pull it back in. Fulham, if I recall, doing quite well in the Europa. They're 9th in the Prem, so they're actually doing better than last year. They've done fairly solidly. Europa League has a release window. It had a release window a week ago. I think nothing's really changed. They're actually there. 6th in the Europa League. Up there with some pretty big names. And ahead of Tenerife, importantly. Who've beaten Olympiacos and Hajduk Split, drawn with Roma and Ajax, and lost to Everton and Bodo, both at home, weirdly. So Tenerife are kind of just doing okay, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, the new player thing, I really hope that's one of the things they improve for the new... for the new game, whenever that comes out, maybe at some point. Kyle Walker was a goalkeeper at Chelsea. Is he really? Maybe it's one of his kids. Let's have a look. There he is, Chelsea under-21 goalkeeper. You're absolutely right. Mentions mistakes. That would be cool, actually. Maybe we could. I say we could have used that to diagnose our tactical issues before, but obviously we couldn't because it wasn't visible to me. So yeah, he's wanted, in fact, by Crystal Palace and Nottingham Forest. Has yet to play a game for Chelsea. I mean, he's only 18 years old, but he's on 10 grand a week. Doesn't have the L's pronounced in his name, so I can't... What, are we saying that his name is spelled Viagra? Or pronounced Viagra? Do we have any Viagras? We do. Very aggressive. I mean, he would have to be hard, wouldn't he? Like, let's be honest. he's 31. Damn, he's actually quite good. Viagra, even better. Inferno will have to let us know. Yeah, I think, well, that's why I wanted the Outcast of Icons thing to be the way that it is, where it's not just about Journeyman going to the top. It's got that added element of, wow, Nikolic is absolutely dead. It's got the added restrictions, which I think make it more interesting, but also have that, it makes it more complex and more fun, for me anyway. Who's getting on the bench then? Maybe it's going to have to be the sausage, isn't it? Right, Patrick, this is your moment. Particularly with missing... Now that we're missing Nikolic too, that's concerning to me. And keeper can play, which is great, so we don't have to worry about Svenny Boy. In fact, that means I should probably take Sven off the bench just for his own safety. Maybe put Diallo back on the bench. Oh, dear. Ellen Lanús too. I think you would have to, unless it was 2. Right. Mackie Tool is a great name. There's just... One thing I'm noticing about France already is just the amazing eclecticness of their squads. It's great. Do they have a single repeat nationality in their one? They do, but it isn't even French. There's not even a single French dude in their entire first 11. I love that from Metz there. They've got 2 Senegalese dudes. Oh, no, one. One Senegalese dude, but they've got 2 Belgians. Amazing. Pommes frites. With a new FM to be revealed. Wow. I mean... They revealed that it was coming, which is the information we already knew, right? 2 got names as well. Love to see it. Harry Rouge-Snap. Like, to me, I suppose it is kind of... It's news in the sense that it confirms the thing that we kind of already knew, I suppose. People still saying, oh, no, they've announced the thing. They've basically announced a release window for the game, which so happens to coincide with the release window of every single FM that's been released in the past history of the world. It's, as usual, I think, because people are so starved for some kind of FM news that, oh, amazing. Oh, sick. Superb. Just make sure I've got the right guys in the right positions here. Garcia's got 12 work rate. Gamboa has 13 work rate. Is Garcia better at passing? Yes, he is. Okay, that's fine. We'll have Garcia on the passing one. That's not ideal, though. Yeah, I mean, we already knew there was going to have to be a game. You, as a game studio that relies on a yearly cycle like that, they couldn't have possibly not put out a game this year. Captain Pogwash or Bonkman. Do you know what? I still reference Bonkman and his propeller to this day. Not only that, we were talking about... I was talking about in the group chat with my friends the other night about Titanic. I can't remember how it came up, regardless. But somehow, my immediate thought was Bonkman and his propeller as Herbert Bowers takes the lead. Love to see it. Rather than it's like, well, here's what I would say, Fizzyman. I would be willing to bet that if you look back to previous years, probably that when they actually had that, I reckon that it was already being announced by Sega every year anyway, behind the scenes, but that's because we already assumed it was coming at that time anyway, so it didn't need to be announced by SI because we already knew that. So I suspect that it's actually nothing different to what's happened in previous years, or they did take that approach because Sega had to like assure shareholders that there was actually a project coming. That is really bad defending. Ah, fuck, man. Not gonna make it. I'm hoping really good things. Like, I'm really genuinely excited about it. My theory is that they actually could have had it ready sooner, but decided that actually instead of putting out random in the summer and then having to put another game cycle to the bin, they thought they might as well probably just do something like that, which means in theory, I'm actually expecting really good things from this game. They do have to notify a lot of people of that sort of stuff anyway, don't they? So, that's frustrating. Like, Mets are... They're a decent side, but not amazing. Tone, thank you for the 7 months.
It's been a while since we've had an update on Fantasy Dog Football. Any progress?
So actually there hasn't... Basically, Pog and I haven't had a day off together since last Sunday, and it's been so hot lately, we haven't been doing our usual meanders. Like, last Sunday was the last day off we had together, and she's worked all weekend, and... Oh, what a save. Our next day off together isn't until Saturday next week, so that's kind of sucked. So we haven't had a chance to go do dog hunting, really. I don't think they'll be released. I mean, I guess you could argue that FM in many ways is never finished, but as long as the product we're getting is fun to play and feels like it's got an element of polish, oh wow, what an effort, then I'll be really happy with that. And I still predict that they're putting international football back in it. That's my biggest prediction, which is based on nothing but vibes. I say taking it back. Technically, it wouldn't have been taken out because there would have been no game that didn't have it in it. Andrex, thank you for the follow. I think I'm not going to get excited or really speculate on it too much beyond until I actually see something. That's the thing. I need to see something. I want to see actual gameplay, screenshots that aren't clearly doctored, stuff like that, right? Well, that's exactly my theory, Daz. That if they said that, I mean, obviously there's the opportunity they could use it as a get out and be like, well, actually, we didn't say, you know, X, Y, or Z. So, Briasco's been kind of bad today. So's Gamboa, but I haven't really got an obvious option there other than Jordan. Actually, I'm going to do the Jordan move again. It works quite well. Something you worry about? No. Because at the end of the day, like, SI don't owe me anything as a creator. At the end of the day, they are an independent business that operate as a business, and that should be their number one priority, is getting a game out. They should not give a shit what a content creator thinks. Least of all me, right? So they owe me nothing. It's up to me to make a career around that with that as a base, but they don't owe me anything, right? That's always been my stance on it. Oh, come on, man. Like, I don't think that... I mean, obviously, you'd like to see more transparent communication, but you'd also understand the reasons that they can't do that, and I'm not sure it would really change much if they did. Really. I don't want them sharing stuff if they have nothing to share, right? I don't want an update that says there's no update. So I think I'd rather see just radio silence until there is actually something to share. Oh, absolutely. What I want to see, like, my expectations for it is that it's a great base to build on, but it's still very much fun in its current state. I don't want a building block game that basically is promising loads of new features that aren't in it. Like, they can't get away with that. But I really don't think that'll be the case. I just want it to be a fun football game we can all have a nice time with. That's, you know, are we just going to... Wow, we're just going to lose 100 Mets. God, Nikolic is really important to this team. Yeah, just allow it for the silliness that we can. Allow us to tell the stories, right? Like, they owe you, the consumer, far more than they owe me, the content creator. I mean, I suppose from a consumer standpoint, fine. But Yeah, that was just bad. We've had some really weird results in this last little spell, but this one is a deserved defeat. We've just not created enough. Yeah, and to be fair, there's a lot of stuff that's gone that I'm just like not asked about. That was just so bad. Frustrating though, as we took the lead in this game. But it shows that missing a few key players is really a pain. Yeah, player weight, yeah, of course. Watch that be just randomly back in there as well. Not the chalkboards. I do hope that they bring some better stat tracking in. It will never live up to everyone's expectations because everyone's expectations are different, right? That's the other thing. So I think it'd be absolutely flawless in your mind, but unless it's flawless in everybody's mind, which it won't ever be, then no one will ever be truly happy. And, you know, that's just one of those things. Did Nancy lose again? They did. Oh, they lost to Angers. To be honest, that's fine. Crazy Don, I know. Oh, that is not good. Oh, that is annoying. But we did sign players for that role specifically. The gap is starting to emerge, although we have kind of bungled a few results lately. Luckily, we've got, firstly, January, before we actually play our next game. Oh, we could maybe get a friendly in there for confidence. And that next game is a cup gap, which should be nice and easy to win. Just to start to get a bit of confidence. Oh, wait, no, I can't put a friendly in until there. So we won't be doing that. It's the winter break, innit? Yeah, we'll go batter Asbo about a little bit, and it'll all be good. Plus, it gives them a chance for our injuries and suspensions to heal up a little bit. I'm pretty certain, though, we're still top of the league that matters. By a good amount, too. So it suggests to me that Angers are not as good as it's looking that they are. Which gives me hope that eventually they will tail off ever so slightly. Which might be enough for us to win. Because I'd like to win the league, you know. But getting promoted is the most important thing. Because I firmly believe if we can get these guys back to League I don't think it'll be that difficult for us to build a squad to stay up. Especially with the money that we have at hand. And honestly, if we're starting to get to the end of January and we actually do end up extending that league quite a lot, I'd be potentially willing to hang on to a bit of extra cash instead of spending it now and saving it to the summer so we can invest in higher quality players potentially. What promotion back to... Did they really? So they're on their way back then? Yeah, we were talking about Santi Cazorla doing bits and how, like, regardless of who won that game, I was going to be happy either way. Oh, Joker window, of course, yeah. Like Hoogstraat, well, yeah. They are the exceptions that prove the rule, I suppose. Lots of players unhappy with training, but that's okay. Well, luckily the board don't seem to be... They're giving us 75% of the money at the moment, so I think they'd be willing to keep most of it, but if we find a player, obviously, in Jan that we desperately want, then we can go and bring them in. Like, I'm willing to spend up to a couple of million on a guy if we find a guy. I was rejected. That's annoying. We could have got $500,000 for him. Yeah, Ibar wanting Lamio isn't ideal. But I've already told him I'll let him go, but the amount I told him I'd let him go for is an amount that they are nowhere near bidding. I think the biggest bid we got on him was like $2.5 million in the summer. And I think he'd agreed that it was like 3.8. Osiak. These are the exact type of teams that we could potentially nab an absolute monster player from. Like a 17-year-old Croatian from a club like Osiak. Even if I have to spend a couple of mil, be well worth doing. Exactly, Unearth. We seem to have hit the exact right nations in the exact right time. Card trial coming from there. No! Let's just have a little gander, actually, see if there is any new lads on this list. Wait, you're already on my shortlist, which means we've looked at you before. Darko Rejic. I assume it must have been last season or something. Vasil Asanov. I'm a big fan of his name. He can't tackle, but he can pass. He's fun. I don't mind Vasil Asanov, just because his name is wild. Zvonimir Juric. He's a little bit all over the shop, but I don't mind him. Stipo Maric. No one's, like, jumping out at me. Svetan Filipov of CSKA Sofia. He's not got the pace. Stipo looks to have, like... He's got the speed. Well, he's got the acceleration rather than the pace, but that's still not bad. Who's this guy? Ernad Jelenic from Dino Zagreb, though, so probably quite expensive. Oh, he is fucking fun. 20 years old, worth bearing in mind. But 15 pace, 13 acceleration. Finishing is good. Composure is good. Is it? Oh, it's Ernad. Good PPMs. and he could also play as an 8 if need be. I like Ernad. Sorry. Yeah. He's... Yeah, I mean, his jumping reach is not really important. I really like Ernad. Now, obviously, the downside is that we'd have to spend a lot to pry him away because it's Dinamo Zagreb, but the other benefit you get is that it's Dinamo Zagreb. Yeah, his 20... If he was 22, it would be a turn-off because it would give us less of a runway for him, but... Let's just inquire. Okay. Wage is not absurd. The price is probably going to be somewhere in the 2 to 3 million, which is a lot. But we could structure with some of it on promotion, potentially. The great thing is that he doesn't want like 10k a week. Is there anyone down here that's just like on the cusp of being good? He's interesting. He will have automatically been shortlisted by me asking his agent, unfortunately, which they really got to remove from the game. Yeah, we've got no idea how much he wants. Let's get these guys scouted. Or added to the list at least. Christ. Plus, the benefit is, by doing this, we should also get some guys that might be in some of these teams' first teams, particularly the smaller teams. What about Babic, actually? Point is, there's some good players knocking about here. You want to do some stuff, but... Move away from the club. That's a shame. But if you want to leave, then you're welcome to. Sven is taken ill with a cold. We'll send him home. Don't want him infecting the squad. We'll get Nurse Hadrian round. Rijeka. What I might do actually with these reports for the next few days is look at them manually each time, just in case there is anyone godlike. Marlon Mora, just a random Colombian dude here, who came through at Rijeka. That's fun. A couple of... Nah. There's definitely going to be some usable players in here. Now, obviously, our budget will take a slight hit once these guys join us, but I don't think we spent a lot of money on any of these guys. I think the most expensive one was Osagi, who actually looks very usable. And in a way, if we could just get out of the transfer window, I think we could be safe to move Nikolic as the full-time striker and play Osagi off the right-hand side. Because that way, Tenerife can't recall him. That's got some clauses in it. That's going to pay us more money. So we'll send you to Famalicão. Because it'd just be good to have that as an option. Oh, God. Oh, well. Oh, shit. Abubakar and Mwamba gone. Well, to be fair, it sort of doesn't change our strategy anyway. He's their problem now. Losing Mwamba isn't ideal, but at least that coincides with Shehu coming back to full fitness. Looks like the Ireland badge. Does it? It doesn't look as much like the Ireland badge as that other team we found that literally is the Ireland badge, but I can sort of see what you mean. It's also a bit Barnsley. How about Varajdin? Ooh, Varajdin. Tanzanian, he might be at AFCON. And if he is, that's fine. He's not really quick enough for what I want to do. He's got some nice... his dribbling's too poor. What about you? He's okay. Vinko Chernko. Ooh. He's kind of fun. Sven is most importantly not at AFCON, which is crucial. It could be. It looks like they've... both Ireland and Israel kind of copied their badges from the same template, it seems. Right. Wow, hang on a minute. Whoa. SJK just signed a player for £6.5 million. What's the Finnish transfer record? Because it feels like surely that is way beyond what that... A Finnish club just spent £6.5 million on this guy from Troyes, Aris Trifonopoulos. Tycoon. I mean, SJK are by far the most successful Finnish club in this save right now. No Tycoons, though. I say that as they're... Oh, they haven't... Yeah, they've won every league title since 2024. They've won 13 consecutive league titles and 14 of the last 15. But to be fair, Finland lately has been very strange. These guys here came out of nowhere all the way to the top flight and nearly got there as well. There's also a team just called Pipo. You mean Finno-Scandia, Hadrian? Actually? We can just check like records for the... Or can you? Oh no, you can't, can you? Actually, let's just... I might be able to check their country profile, and it might show up on there. Paid within... There it is, yes, it's the most expensive transfer paid by a Finnish side. Ironically, the most money received by a Finnish side was only 1.3 million. The most expensive player ever so far is this guy here. Jari Sipile. Yeah, Finnish First Division is all over the shop in this save. The fact that Pippo are up there too, and that other random team. Scandinavia in this save and Finland have been kind of random. Like Norway's top flight has been strange as well. There was a team, I can't remember who it was, came out of nowhere, got promoted, came second, and are now relegated again. Tromsø are down in the second tier as well. Card trial finishes. They must have had one. Can I... Did those shortlist... Was it just me? Oh, my life, FM. No, it's just them for the moment. Vile are doing bits in Germany. Not Germany. They're doing bits in Germany. They've gone south. Okay. Ooh, Larnicus. This might be the sort of ones that... There might still be players here. They'd just be more costly. Wow. Oh, no. It's Cyprus. Guess not. I will just shortlist him for the time being because he's definitely one to keep an eye on. The only things that could maybe put me off him would be if we got a full scouter. Let me just prioritize his scouting. We've probably got quite a few on this list now, right? Hoodia. Right, where are you, lad? It's because we've got the Spanish guy still. No, man plays with himself on stream. Live. I want to see if he's got any kind of glaring issues. Like, hates big... Oh, we won't know his big matches. Basically, we just don't want red injury proneness or like red consistency or something like that that could potentially... The sort of thing that makes me go, do I actually want to spend £2.5–3 million on him? But it looks like at this rate we might need to do something like that. But at the very least, we don't need to make a decision on this stuff until the 9th of January because that's our next league game. We'll be able to get through the game against Beauvais without a big issue. Like, we'll have no issues bringing those guys... Sorry. We should be able to win that cup game relatively easily, I would have thought. Turn up Manchester. Alright, where's my button? Better? Are you describing me, Dan? How dare you? Also, how's it going, man? Thoughts on the game? Wait, no, I can't say that. God damn, what are we going to talk about? Yeah, keeping your wage structure under control is very, very important. That's one of the things I like to try and hammer into people is to... Because sometimes people will be like, hey, oh, you should give this guy a new contract and sign him for like twice the amount of money than anyone else on your team. The problem is by doing that, everyone else on your team now wants that money when you come to renew their contract, and that will cost you deep. Best defender live on a free to Everton. Wait, what's happened? Who's gone to... Have I missed something here? Am I just completely out of the loop? Oh, Anathalsis. Tete. Really? Yeah, that's stupid. I knew that we were trying to get him on a new contract, but... Well, that means we're going to have to sign... We have to sign another right back, because we can't rely on Timmy Chestnuts for the entire season. That man ran himself into the ground, and he just isn't the level of Kenny Tete. That's such a shit piece of business again. Kuminga, thank you for the follow. We are bad at this. We're just so very bad at letting players leave for free or tiny deals. HJK. For like 40 million. Yeah, but it's like you lose a guy for free and then you sign a guy for 40 million. There's a hell of a risk there. Mbabu never played well for Fulham. He was embarrassingly bad. There was a game where, admittedly, he was played slightly out of position, but he was like, didn't look like a professional footballer level bad. HJK have kind of been there or thereabouts. They've just never actually managed to win a title in this save at all. Yeah, I think he's still technically on Fulham's books, but it's... Reached a verbal group to sign Tete. I mean, fair play Everton. He'll be very, very good for you. Basically. He's an excellent footballer. But that makes it more irksome that we're losing him. Like, I don't want to be losing players. This is a summer where we've got an opportunity to actually build something because we're in a really strong position PSR-wise. it would hate for us to then end up having to spend it on players that we didn't need to replace. I loved Matt Target when he was at Fulham original back in the day. Love to me. We'll get that actually, no, I'll leave. Oh, hello. Enrique Araujo. Go on, lad. Who's up for a new contract that we can actually... These are all Patreon regions, aren't they? With the... Oh, Mark, you're not. Although... Something tells me we don't want you anyway, but why did I put you on a shortlist? That must have been one of us just selecting random guys from them. Ardliano. Yeah... Ardliano is the kind of player that I reckon I could have made into something quite good if I'd been given a chance to actually develop him. The issue is now that he's 23. I still like him, though. Hates big matches as well. He is a walk-in red card with no tackling ability. But on a free... It's... I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm more interested in Lorato Jacobs. Actually, no, I'm not. Wow. Christ, he has lost a whackload of potential, and that's probably just about passable, but I wish his dribbling was a bit better. I think if he had 5-star PA still, I'd be like, yeah, fuck it, we'll have him. But I think I'd rather spend the money on someone like Moses Jarju. Up the jar. Oh, he's retiring. God damn it. We can have Pog. I'm not being funny, right? But there is a world where signing Pog might actually be a good idea. 15 pace, 15 acceleration, 15 composure, big matches, resolute personality, solid player. Oh, this is Pog's regen. Yeah, let's just see. Pog's wages, I think, are going to be the issue here. A loan offer in January? I am fully on board with that being a genuine thing we could do in the summer, is actually bring in Pog as a backup on a free transfer, no less. We got loads of slots. A lot of the slots were taken up by players that we only have in the squad because we can and not because we actually need them. His name is Pog. So just to clarify for those of you that may be new to my streams, this is actually a created regen. So at the start of the save, the people on Patreon got regens that would automatically generate into the save dynamically with their names. So this is actually my missus. Which is the reason that we're interested in Pog Murphy. I've never seen her regen actually turn into a good one. Oh. Google tells me it's called Lallan. Lallan! Up the Lallan River Police. Pog attempts overhead kicks too. I think I'd actually be tempted. We can't, yeah, like, Pog's been prolific. Well, I mean, double digits pretty much every season, and most likely will do it again. At championship level is actually pretty solid. I would definitely consider signing Pog when the opportunity arises. Right, you've got a 1-year extension. I probably should trigger that now, actually. You're retiring, so that's fine. We want to sell anyway. You are 100% getting an extension. Your name's Bernard Ham, so you get it via that. Most of you guys aren't that good. Wow, that's pretty solid, actually. Pog's leadership. Good question. 10. Mid. A signed shirt. I'll buy a Rotherham shirt and get Pog to sign it. Okay, I like that. The thing is, I wouldn't do... You know I wouldn't sign any Patreon region unless they were legitimately good for us and available at the right price. But if Pog is free, it's almost too good to say no to. You vote for me now. Screw the River Place. You're on La Allen now. we'll have to wait till a bit sooner. And there is a chance that Rotherham offer a new contract. Big chance there. Yeah, I'm just screaming Pog. Saying a 20-year-old good or bad? It depends entirely on the scenario. How long is a piece of string, right? It depends on what season you're in, what club you're managing, who that player is, what level they'll play for you, how much they're costing you, how much their wages are. It's... Generally speaking, I mean, are they a 1-star CA, 1-star PA player that you're signing on a vibe? If so, crack on. Are they 5-star, 5-star? There's a lot of questions that need to be asked to really get an answer. Ends up at River Plate instead of the River Police. She ends up at Boatka Juniors. Yours was better, but I tried, alright? Oh, we got Doxer. Don't give away my address. Intro the new player. I'll have to make a new scene and everything. Oh, hello. This would be nice. An actual... Okay, right. There's bound to be some absolute... Ian Duffy? Oh, no, I was thinking of Mark Duffy. Lots of these kind of middle-of-the-road players that are all... Actually, before I do that, let me just get rid of the aged ones. Just in case we do find a really good player that fits those bills. You're at Istra, but you're 28. Yeah, so it's throwing in some random... Didn't put him, I recognise that name too. It's throwing in some random guys that are from the first-team clubs of some of these other teams, which is good. Because occasionally you can get some monsters. Players to your shortlists. Well... I'm not adding those guys to my shortlist, no, because they're not good footballers. I'm just trying to get... Basically, I'm just trying to, like, triage this to get rid of anyone who I'm not really... I'm basically only interested in potential at this stage. If they've got CA2, then brilliant. But at this point, just like at Tenerife, we could go and sign a load of guys that are, like, decent now and are, like, 28. But then it gives us absolutely nowhere to go with those players other than where they already are. They're not going to make us better long term. I'd rather bring in guys that, like, make us a little bit better now, or at least give us depth now, but then produce a lot more in the latter. Why the grade's grey? Because a lot of these guys are literally one scout report in, maybe not even that. They're mostly from team report scouts, so that's why they're grey, because we have almost no knowledge of the players. But because we've got quite good knowledge of Belgium, we've still got reasonable knowledge of the players themselves. Right. Let's get rid of... Is there anyone super expensive as well? Ooh, there's a lot of players in this report. We're going to get to look at... They're all overpriced Belgians. That guy, though, I know he's 22, but Petronic. 0 players on your shortlist. Well, I'm not going to shortlist players I'm not interested in. Like... Bear in mind, if they're coming through my scouting centre, there's every chance that it's the first time I'm seeing that player. Therefore, it would be weird if they were already on my shortlist because I wouldn't have seen the player yet. I can't shortlist a player I haven't seen it. The one at a time thing. It's a common thing, and it's the way the game is set up at default for some reason. A patch. I don't know why. I'll show you how to fix it though. Yappy Patrons. Thank you for the follow. So what you do, if you go to scouting centre here, and go up to this. Make sure that everything is set to go into Scouting Center rather than this. If you have this one ticked on something, they will send you an actual scouting inbox item, which is what you're probably receiving, and you don't want that because, let's be honest, if you scout 100 guys, you don't want 100 inbox items. So if you make sure you go in here and select them all, except for this one, but that's something I have separately done. But what the best thing you can do, basically, is go in and set all of them to the little magnifying glass. Then go into Advanced Filters and tick this one at Started Loan Player to... that, basically. That's why mine was slightly different there. Basically, that will stop your scouts from telling you that they've started scouting a player. Because you don't need to know if they've started doing something. You want to know when they've actually got something to show you properly. So, I mean, basically, stop being a twat or we'll just ban you immediately. I mean, that's fine. There we go. Shorten there. Yeah. From the scout report list. So... hello, AJ. New club. It's actually good so far. It was heartbreaking when we had to leave, but I'm glad that we... I'm liking the new adventure. That's the way I'm looking at it, right? So, in the scout report list, can you add them to shortlist from there? When you say... What? Hang on. So, what do you mean when you say scout report list? But yeah, basically, I don't add a lot of players to shortlist unless I'm super interested in that player. And almost every player I'm seeing in these scouting inboxes are not players I've seen yet. Therefore, I couldn't have possibly had a chance to add them to the to the shortlist, basically. That's to sum it up, pretty much. Right. Yeah, you got to at least put some effort into being a twat. Come on now. Don's been doing it for days. Take his advice. So, there's a lot of players in this report. Let's just go to the high ability ones, because, is all I can really say to that. Let's have a look then. Please don't tell me this guy's got bad. So there's a lot to not like about him. Doesn't like big matches. Is inconsistent at 22. He feels like a trap. High competitive streak. So his consistency is unlikely to grow a lot more, which means he's going to be flaky as fuck. He hates big matches, which means he's going to get even worse the better we get. And he's going to get red cards. He's just not worth it. Right, hang on. Update or scouting shortlist. There's an option for scouting when it... Right. So, basically... Hang on. Yeah, that's exactly it. So basically, if you've got this ticked on a shortlist, for example, right, it will routinely keep those players re-scouted without you having to physically add them to it. So there's that. But that's not the button I use. The button, I mean, I do use that. I use that for the Patreon shortlist, and I use that for our default shortlist, but I think that's it. I've obviously got it on the Tenerife one as well. Oh, no, I don't. Actually, that makes sense. I didn't want them to be scouting 54 players from Tenerife constantly, because it would just get a bit tedious with those guys coming through our reports instead. But yeah, that's how I did that. I think we're all up to date. If there's any more questions, I'll happily try and sort that out as well. Right. So, yeah, that guy's a no from me. I can see why he's still at Osijek. What's his record goal scoring like? I mean, bro has 5 goals in 5 years for Osijek. He's a massive avoid. But I'm glad we got better knowledge of him to actually go after him anyway. This guy here is a Russian-Austrian. We don't know enough about him. Let me just get rid of the guys that we don't know much about, unless there's anyone crazy good in here that I need to just have a little gander at before we do. Like, for example, this guy at Bendel Insurance. Because I know that we know nothing about him, but like, I mean, come on. Who is... Don't tell me you're not excited about seeing a guy called Segun Bolaji, who's Nigerian, plays for Bendel Insurance, and is worth that amount of money. We have to look at him first. There's another guy down here, actually. Maxwell... Ooh. He's 6'6". If this guy has even got vaguely good technicals... Well, I'm sold. Well, actually, good news, Catenaccio. I'm going to be doing a new scouting video this week on some of the stuff that I didn't get to put in the last one. Oh, we have to, right? He's one I'll happily go after without even looking at. And he can head a football. Tackling worries me a little bit. That is a concern, because that's very unlikely to be 11. It needs to be 10, but we'll see. The fraud. Wait, who's the fraud? Which fraud are we talking about specifically? You're going to have to narrow it down for me. Just like a truck. That's okay. He's a centre-back, right? He's cheap enough that we've kind of got to. Oh, Kurt. Okay, fair enough. He hasn't seen that tactic yet. 600k, totally worth a go. Yeah, if he does have 8 tackling, that will be a bit of a problem. But at the very least, it'll probably allow us to sell him on for loads of money if the rest of his attributes are good too. So it's not the end of the world. Yeah, he'll just do like full-on Phil Jones diving at people's feet. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see the Osijek guy. Ooh, we're moving to general manager. Okay. He needs to be absolutely flawless. Yeah, so the thing is, basically, in our system, he's not very good. He's a good player, but he would be terrible for the way that we play. He's not quick enough, he can't dribble, and he can't pass. He's passable at defence, but he's more of a very defensive-minded fullback, which would not work in that position. Which is a shame, but such is life. He's a good fullback, but we don't use a fullback per se. And I think we can find a guy and then mould them into what we want rather than him. You're very cheap for a keeper. wanted to leave. We are just signing another goalkeeper. I would like to at least scout him further, which we will do. We've got Luis Eduardo. Non-EU as well. Very cheap, but the non-EU-ness, and he doesn't actually play properly in one of the roles. Right, okay, you're more interesting to me. Oh, you're slow. Just immediately poor. Maximum of 10 acceleration is not gonna cut it at this level. What about you? Maxwell Yusuf, you're cheap, and Nigerian, which is fun. We just love Nigerians in this save, apparently. Command of area is good. Area reach is sussy. Reflexes is good. One-on-ones is iffy. Would want more information on you before I punt. But it's definitely worth a punt at some point, but I want more. Shvanish Vesta? Ooh, he's fun. 6 foot tall, though. Which, there is a guy called Alexandre Tiny as well, which we have to look at. Djurdjevic. He's out of contract in the summer, so he may be available for free. Good tackling. Can't head a football. His physicals aren't bad for 18, actually. It's the PA is very all over the shop, and that's fully scouted too. On a free, he'd probably be worth it just because you can't really say no at that point. What about this guy here? He sounds Dutch. Oh no, yeah. Hang on, he's 18. This is very high CA for an 18-year-old. If he's got pace and crossing, but then again, on a free, it's that worries me again. He's very cheap as well. What about you? Bolivian right-sided winger from the strongest. More information. When the scout sends emails with updates. So, like, in here, you mean? I've now unfortunately forgotten the original question. Yeah, those guys I feel like are traps. They just always never going to be as good as you think. I've got to look at Alexandre Tiny. More information required. I reckon what we do now, anyone we've not got good knowledge of, I'll just send around again. Because we are just taking complete blind punts at the moment. Unless there's anyone crazy in here. Yeah, we'll send them again. That way we can focus on the guys we've got a bit more knowledge of, because it'll be easier to assess them. Though there's definitely some players in there that might be worth a look. Right, okay. Extensive knowledge on these guys. Who's got the best PA? A couple of guys have arrived in, but we already looked at both of those two, didn't we? Unattached lad. Ooh. Shit. I can't remember his name. Locomotiva dude. DLP, 18 years old. Low consistency, but he's young. If you can shortlist from this. Yeah, of course you can. So if you just right-click on here, you can shortlist players like that. So I'm glad we got to the answer in there, though. He is a bit juicy. It's just... Wait, why is that showing that when... Oh, no, nobody's got that extra star, do they? Dorjan Aralitsa? Driven personality. Quite a driven player in general. These guys look... Duchkich? Hang on, Duchkich? Actually, he's quite good. Shreten Duchkich. Resolute, great in the air. His weak points defensively are the easiest things to fix. He's very temp-poly. He is a bit Darren Marshall. On a free, I doubt they'd let him go for free. Obviously, we can approach the sign, but if you try to do that, you end up paying the... Let's have a look at the wages. Oh. Interesting. I wonder if it's because he's on a youthing contract. Passing's not really important for my centre-backs, no. Chemo, thank you very much for the follow. Confirm that will come out September-ish time. I don't think so, no. Certainly has never come out in September before, so I don't know why they've changed that now. He's earning nothing. I think it's because he's still on a youth deal. Weirdly, that's actually stopping him. If he was on a pro deal, then they'd actually let him go. Right. Greatest 22. Pavlich. What is fall then? Well, same time as always, really. October. So, like, October, November kind of time. Because of the way that the transfer data works and stuff. That's what I would expect. I would basically expect the game to come out at the same time as it always comes out, pretty much. I would say that any of that confirmation stuff is essentially just confirming what we kind of already expected. Usually releases early. Sometimes it's been late November, but I don't see any reason why it would be this time around, I suspect. What about you, Strometsky? Lacks the physicals. Tinoco doesn't have any pace. They're just... These players are like the sort of players that you end up spending quite a lot of money on and don't actually get a great deal out of them. Compensation must be minimal. Well, that's the great part. You don't get to find out, really. Let's have a look. Oh, it would have been £600,000. Which is quite a lot, actually. And don't forget, that's not even the amount of compensation you pay. That's just the bit that it tells you. There's actually more that it hides from you, but you can't see it, which is really annoying. FM is bad for that. A few days after that, yeah. What about you, Dimitri? It's quick-ish. He's cheap, but... Yeah, I actually find that most of the time, if you can, I would avoid signing players on compensation. It's usually cheaper to just buy them. And that way you don't get any funky clauses in there too. And oh goodness, I've just been added to a spam Telegram group. Let's get rid of that. Lovely. Yeah, I don't like him. Didn't hate him. There's a lot of these players that are just kind of... They're fine. This guy actually is the one I would like to keep an eye on a bit more. So I will shortlist him for the time being. You... I don't hate either. But nothing about them is making me go, I must sign this guy, kind of thing. It varies, Basil. It's weird. One will bomb on one platform, absolutely explode on another. So, like, the TikTok I did about Preston's done ridiculously well, but didn't do anything on Instagram. It's really odd. But not that I bother. I mean, not that I care about that. It's just that with the way that Shorts works, it's essentially just you're pulling a slot machine lever. And by putting it on all 3 platforms, you just get 3 different chances for things to pop off. It's really odd. It's fun, though. And I've got a load more queued up anyway. I think I've got them all queued up until, like, next Wednesday. We had a lot of stuff to say, apparently. Duke. Oh, I liked that guy, too, didn't I? Pavlich, his attributes just don't match up with what it's telling me. We didn't like you either, or you were okay. Carvalia. There's a guy at Zebra Elites here, I remember them. Ilidio. Oh, he is a fast boy. Oh, he's 23. Does like big matches, at least. Was there, Taylor? I didn't see that one. It's harder to see those comments. YouTube's kind of weird about it. I think possibly Thursday, Andrew. We looked at the tiny guy, we didn't really know much about him because he still had minimal scout knowledge, so we couldn't really see most of his attributes. Yeah, you're a bit weird as well. Hodzic, he's on a youth contract too, which is probably a trap. Oh! I haven't tried the new cycling one, no. I'm not really into cycling as a sport, so I feel like it's... I mean, maybe I'd find it interesting aside from that, but I think that would be a tough one. 13 jumping reach. He can jump. Who cares about his height? Just commented, fair enough. The way I look at it, Taylor, is it's just interaction. I don't mind the fact that he's 5'11" and he's got 13 jumping reach. Running manager, I'll be all over it. And he's fast enough to kind of make up for his lack of height as well. I actually really like this guy. He's got very, very good physicals for someone who's 18. I can work on his marking and positioning like crazy. Usually a player that's 5'11" is lucky if we're hitting 10 jumping reach, so I'm kind of happy with that. Fullback. To me, he isn't a fullback because he can't cross or dribble. And his passing's kind of naff as well. Competitive streak, yeah, that's going to be a lot. But that's okay. It's not horrendous. I think we'd probably lose. Let's just have a little look. For crying out loud, man. I'm shortlisting him as well. Since apparently we can't sign any of these players. Are we just going after guys that I have no realistic chance of signing? Chaco. Fast again. Bad consistency in 21. Let's have a look at Goreta. Bojenko Goreta. 11. See, look, same height, but he's 2 jumping reach lower. And I think he's just a lot worse. Yeah, it's all team report, guys. A lot of them come through from the... These are all 22. They'd have to be absolutely monstrous. Like, he's fast, but they're just so limited. Juranovic. He's okay. But these guys are going to get released by these clubs, and I don't think they're good enough for us. They're just there because they're 22, so they've had a chance to develop a little bit. I'd rather... If we find a guy that had those kind of attributes at 19, then it suddenly becomes more of a prospect for us, I would say. There's a guy at Ran here. Hello, Cavacol. So look, to give you an idea, this guy's 6'2" and has less jumping reach than that guy we just looked at, who's like 3-4 inches shorter than him. I tend not to care about the height per se, unless it's like stupid, casual personality. No, thank you. Although Ethan Lalibo is an amazing name. We'll get rid of Alan. I think I did it right, Cavacom. Basically, I got the 3 players I wanted, and a lot of other players that I think are quite good, and that suit the style of play we're going for, which is the main thing. Just gonna have a quick glance at some of these guys just to see if he's got 13 jumping reach as well as a 6 foot. We already looked at you, didn't we? I wouldn't mind keeping an eye on him as well, actually, in case he does get released. That's the wrong player, Matt. Well done. Oh, we've got another guy on there too. Bucic, Istra. Yeah. And we got Joao Pedro, so, you know, what could go wrong there? Bakayoko is at Gangomp, though, and he's 22. 8 jumping reach on a centre-back. Yeah, no thanks. Gallego, or Gallego. The moment I saw on Gonche, I knew we were in for a treat. Luis Eduardo. Oh, he's 23, though. On a 5'9". I'd take a 5'9". If a centre-back came along and he had 15 jumping reach and was 5'9", I'm still signing him. The height is actually immaterial. Jumping reach is the only attribute that actually matters there. Because that is irrelevant of... sorry, what's the word I'm looking at? It is disconnected entirely from their height. So a player who's 6'5" and has 15 jumping reach jumps the same distance as a guy who's 5'9" and has 15 jumping reach. Their overall reach... Oh yeah, they're very rare. So for example, do you remember 5'9" Valentin Guillaume on Serang, who had 13 jumping reach? Or was it 14 jumping reach? It was insane for a guy who was 5'9", and it worked so well. Like, incredible. Bracery Prospect is perfect. I think for the price we're paying, he's worth it. Get rid of all this, though. We can tie all sorts of clauses in, and his 18, which means we can get him on an 8-year contract. Go full Chelsea on his ass. Because if he's getting Nigeria caps, then great, you know? Okay. So I guess we won't be doing that. I should have given him a little bit more, I think. Yeah, FM Draft Mode is just a frustrating game mode to use in general. But I had a good time doing it. I actually had a really good time during that draft. It was just a good vibe. Like, we managed to get... The players I really wanted were Foden, Lima, and Leroy Sane, specifically. And some other players that we managed to get in conjunction with those guys that I'm very happy with. Like Vitinha, I think, is a really fun pack. And Demiral as well. The FM League. God, those were the days. Right, let's have a little... we kind of already looked at Tenerife earlier, but we'll have a little gander again so we can get to some matches. Currently, they haven't managed to sell most of our team that we built. The only player they actually got rid of, really, for any kind of actual money was Portea. They may do some more in January, though, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, Soboslai as well. Like, yeah, we're basically looking at a lineup with Foden as the 10, Sane off the right-hand side, Soboslai sitting as the number 8, with Vitinha and Conrad Lima as a double pivot. Then the right wing-back spot was Joao Mario. We've got Demiral and... I can't remember who the other centre-back is that we've got. Norman, maybe? Or is there another guy? I think we've got 3 really good centre-backs. Left wing-back, we've got so many options with Jose Gaia, all sorts are there. Goalkeeper, we've got Nubel. Tomori as well. Yeah, we've got Tomori as well. Nubel is great because he's right in that like sweet spot of prices. And then we've got a whole smattering of quite good sort of players that... Wow. African Young Footballer of the Year. Yeah, now that he's got a bit of pace. I'm actually baffled that Tenerife aren't using him. Karak Chair wins Young Player of the Year for Romania. He must be worth a fortune by now. God, he's good. Nora was only 22 million. Yeah, but Nubel was only 10 million. Yeah, this summer as well, when we get those leagues turned on, is going to be great. Because we haven't really found much quality in the Spanish leagues this time around. I think maybe it only works for like the first couple of years. Yeah, we've got Heinrichs. We've also got Jose Gaia as an option too, who I love. And the best thing about it is that I know for a fact that all of those players have minimum 10 big matches. Which is brilliant. Because that's going to matter a lot. Wow, 9-1. We like that. There was another lookup as well. Jose Garcia, what a guy. Position and aggression match names so perfectly. Ooh. Is it going to be like Darius Hardman or something? We might have got lucky with it, but I'm curious to see what's happened. Aranya, I think, is just an absolutely left field pick because it did cost us a bit of cash, but he just looked really good. Like, and as I said before, like it's a bit of fun. I'm gonna have fun no matter what happens. Like, I'm not taking it particularly seriously because it is just a fun event. Really, it's the worst possible time for me to try and actually I can just show you this now since I'm still loading in the background. High aggression. It's very dribbly. He's got to be Brazilian, right? Yeah. Turned on the heat a bit. I'm afraid I can't help you there. Actually, to be fair, it's the temperature in this room has only gone up by a degree since I started stream today, which is pretty good. My little trick that I found is I just moved the fan from our bedroom onto the landing because there's actually a plug socket on the landing, which is goated, and I've got it pointed into this room. But because the base unit is on my desk now, it's blocking the wind from the fan from hitting the microphone, but it's going under the desk and it's keeping my like sort of here downwards pretty cool, and I'm actually in relatively good vibes right now, which is great. It's still gorgeous outside. Jesus, my grass is dying. Guy Rivera. I think he was on my old shortlist from when we were still at Tenerife. The non-units would be a big issue. Get a free trip to it. I can have a free trip there whenever I damn well please. Hang on, have we got more in the... We've got a higher budget than we do a bank balance. Got to make sure we remember that. That's the thing. That's why people might be like scoffing at the players I signed for that, but the fact is, I would much rather have every single player be versatile enough to play in other positions, and because that way you essentially have more players than you think you do. Myanmar guy, I think he's still there. He's just really expensive because New York NYCFC tax, basically.
Hug.
Guzma, thank you for the 29 months. How's it going, friend? Lovely to see you. Right, so the window's open now, which means we should be our guys. We do have a lot of left backs, yeah. At least most of the left back guys can also either play left wing or right back. John Brooks might be pretty valuable, those kind of players. Oh, hello. Okay, apparently I've just made a transfer the supporters are extremely happy with. I've just got the notification about that. I have not yet got that achievement in FM24. That's weird that I've not received that yet. Vegas Golden Knights. Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, I've even got Petrangelo here. An A+ transfer. Who the hell is that going to be? Got a lot of them. I think it's just because we kept finding players that are available. But the main reason for me, the other thing about that I like about having versatile players is that, you know, when we start new saves or start new segments of this save with this tactic, it usually takes 5 or 6 games for us to figure out the exact right combinations of the players that we have in the positions we use. By having so much versatility, it opens up way more options for us to do the same thing and find the exact right formula. So who the hell's this going to be then? So apparently we're after Orazio Scalini, 21 years old. I mean, he is 21. Oh, he's 6. Okay, I don't mind him, but he's very expensive. He'd have to be extremely good. Has been... Oh, that's our stadium, of course, yeah. Pogon as well. 26-year-old... Oh, that's... Dakko? He can't dribble to save his life. Twa do want him, though. Yeah, no, it's... But I'm trying to think which player it could possibly be. Is there anyone else? Pablo Lopez? That's a different team, isn't it? Sochaux with Garay. 26-year-old... He's just another DLP. Willie Dickinson. Wait a minute. Actually? I don't know if I like Willie either, actually. It's got to be the Nigerian winger. It has to be, you're right. And Adam McAvoy, who's a... Oh, wow, look at that. Lille got a dude. Poached a dude from Ballymena United. That's just cool. Adam McAvoy, Frenchman. Right, okay, let's see which one they rated as. It's got to be that guy, hasn't it? Wait, it's the goalkeeper. He be that good, surely. Like, I know that he looked quite good and it was weird that he was still playing in Tanzania, but he surely can't be that good. You're right, it could be the cost. Let's see. Watch him be like 4-star, 4-star or something. He is actually very good. His one-on-ones are absurdly good. And remember, he's 19 years old. The one thing that worries me is his first touch, but luckily we don't use a sweeper keeper, so he's not going to be getting involved too much. It's just, oh yeah, he's definitely starting. He has the things I like on a goalkeeper, basically. True, yeah, I suppose as well, it's a massive, massive upgrade. Yeah, look at the value. We paid 350 grand, he's worth 9 million quid. This guy could be our keeper for a while, and it's worth noting again, he's 19. If he has an EPA, he could really... Oh, he's nowhere near as good as Sochaux. Actually... I think his Sochaux's not even 19 yet. Is he at AFCON? I don't think so. Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Well, don't worry, chat. We don't get to use him for a month anyway. Orange consistency, but 19, so that should be okay. Yes, we won't be able to use him straight away anyway. Amazing. Right, what about Deng? He's also at AFCON. Right, we're not going to have a lot of players, are we? Got to immediately start getting Deng trained as the number 10, because I think he could be quite good there. They're all at AFCON, aren't they? I will put him in the senior squad too, because he's got the pace and a lot of the minerals already, though he is a mercenary. So basically, sweeper keepers just get involved in the play a lot more, and often you don't want them to. Yeah, we have got... Let me guess, you're at AFCON as well. Hey, you're not! Although I can sort of see why you're nowhere near as good. I might just leave you on that for the time being. And Osaji, he's going to be there as well. Oh, he's not! Wow, that's actually surprising. So I want to keep you as an inside forward, which means I'm going to whack you on final third. Get that composure through the roof. He's fun. So not only is he at AFCON, he's not even played a game for Dr. Congo yet. Incredibly. Right, registration. Bright straight in. Gashi's actually still here. I forgot he was even still here. We can keep you in the squad as well then. That's fine for the time being. We'll get the other guys in 1 minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Might as well register them now. Since they all can be registered. There's no issues with that. That's the benefit of signing these guys out of Africa. Yeah, Nigeria are quite a good side. So that could be a problem. We get Ron now. Nobody's getting Ron. Nigerian qualified. That would be crazy. Although they probably just have some good wingers. Let's have a look at Nigeria. No, they are in there with Libya, Guinea-Bissau, and Ghana. Who's actually in it? We got any fun ones? Sudan in there. Botswana. Nice to see. I was wondering if there was going to be any groups that have got like proper flag confluence. Like if Ghana had been in this group too, where you just get lovely flag colours. Okay. Dr. Congo PhD, maybe. To be fair, I didn't ask them. Right, we'll do the handshake circle. We'll just send Mwamba around. Apart from Vargas, for some reason, is going to go welcome the not one Nigerian guy. I guess Mwamba doesn't like him. There's some tensions I didn't know about. Avellino. Yeah, go on then. Ofori, who are you? Oh, you're one of our youth players, I think. Okay, that's alright. It's weird that he's not at Chan, at least, unless they're not on at the same time. Either way, being able to use him is pretty useful. Where is he? There he is. Wait, they've put him back in the under-18s. You are on the shortlist, right? Oh, did I not put you on the Tenerife Massive? Well, I'll be damned. So yeah, he's absolutely crushed in the C team. 20 and 20. Jesus. I think it's just going to take a while for them to realise what they've got, honestly. Because most of those guys we signed are still so young. We were just using them far sooner than perhaps we even should have been. I have no idea who's going to play in this game against Bovoise, because... Actually, it's just Beauvais. Because there's no like accent on the E. How's Raul doing? I think he is actually starting games for them. But obviously, because they're now playing a two-striker system, he's... Oh, Yeah. He's now sitting behind 2 strikers, so he's not getting access to as many chances. By the way, okay. That's how I thought it was pronounced. We are... That's how I was pronouncing it in the recap, anyway. Beauvoirs. Oh, door's just gone. Yes! I can't get it out. This was the stuff I was on about. It is absolute gold. Lovely. The manfluence to drink. It's so nice. I think food. We actually have used them a few times. There's this particular pasta sauce that we get from them as well, and like a sparkling. Like, it's so good. I went on a journey yesterday to try and find some at various different shops, and it took me 2 hours, and I ended up with a Tango Ice Blast. That over a bit of ice later is going to be fire. I actually can't wait. Just a second I finish... Actually, maybe not, because these won't be in the fridge. I probably should go put these in the fridge, really, shouldn't I? It'd be a bit stupid not to. Are they even going to fit in the fridge? I'm sure Porg won't mind if I put 12 bottles of that in the fridge. It sounds stupid to be that excited about something so simple, but, you know, I feel like if you don't appreciate the little things in life, what have you got, right? A second fridge. What I need is a fridge in this room that I can have under the desk next to Inferno. Do something smart. True. Could start with 1. Yeah, but then add 11 more, right? That's Pog is great. She's got all her, like, CBT stuff. CBT? Her DBS check and all that's been sorted now. So that's good. So we're just fighting for... I don't know, because I don't know what that is. All I know is it's just sparkling water that's kiwi and strawberry flavoured. It's just something about the way that the particular flavours of this mix... It's delicious. Sally's happy to stay. No, I don't want you to be happy to stay. Or put it in a box. I guess it's just so no one nicked it off my doorstep, but... How is he no longer worried about being replaced? He literally hasn't started a game, I don't think. Oh, maybe 2. Great. I think I should probably just buy one to have in here. CBT. She's got a motorbike license, chat. Right, so Sagon Balaji's coming in. That's the guy. I'm willing to bet this is going to be a proper, like, 2-star, 4-star kind of guy. But 625k. I guess you can't worry about something if it's already happened, right? I think I probably could do with, like, a... But I wouldn't get one of those... I'd get, like, those, like, under-counter fridge type ones. He'll be at AFCON as well. Good point, but at least we'll get some knowledge of him. Cock and ball torture. Why not? I like that your brain went to cognitive behavioural therapy and cock and ball torture, and my brain was thinking trainee motorbike license. You're not bad. He's... Do you know what? That's... There's a lot to like about him. And I do like that about him. So I'm okay with that. It could be a lot worse. So many acronyms going around. Pog's contract. True, we could go after Pogster. Usually I find that with players like that, you can't actually do it until much later in the year. Which is annoying. Yeah, they just stick there. It starts when it starts. I believe there's a chance it's Thursday, but I simply don't know. When I know, you'll know. But it's this week coming, and it won't be Friday. So most likely... basically, I realised I've been using the same profile picture for such a long time that wasn't even really... I didn't really look like that anymore. Marcin wants to... Oh no, he's considering his options. Basically, that's the only reason I am actually going to change it again because I'm not entirely happy with the picture I used in it because it was one I took for a thumbnail where I'm just kind of looking all grim. So I need to update it with a smiley one potentially. Where should we keep an eye? I don't know. Put it this way, you're not going to be able to not hear about it, and I will tell you when I can. Basically, I think Thursday's looking most likely so far. Might like this too. Passion Fizz. I've never heard of that. But is it strawberry and kiwi flavour? Is my question. What am I doing here? Just get rid of him. He doesn't really play for us. Particularly now with all the new guys joining. He's going to get pushed so far down the pecking order. My mid-range supermarket chain, though. You leave that mid-range supermarket chain alone. I'm trying to think if I have a spa. I do have a spa. Yeah, there's one in the town centre. There's actually a pizza restaurant in the back of our local spa. I've only had it once. It was kind of mid, actually. Although, if it is Thursday night, then yeah, it's a 2-stream day, which is going to be exhausting. So potentially what I might do on Thursday, if that is that day, is I might do like a 3-hour stream during the day and then come back for the evening one. I forgot he had Gets crowd going. Still considered a wonder kid. Has played a lot of games for them this season in the league, to be fair. His value seems to have dropped off quite a lot, though. It's a movie. Ooh, maybe. I think that was more horrifying people than it was helping in any way. I don't know, maybe we got some people that watched the stream on Thursday night because there was a lot of new followers and a lot of new viewers on Thursday night. Maybe some of them have tuned in today and are just vibing and lurking, and I respect it. If that is you, then shout out to you. I respect that. And thank you for joining us on this sweaty-ass day. Right. Oh, it's Cup. Right, this is perfect. I mean, we're going to be missing half of our team. It's not too bad. It's actually only 2 starters and an injured player as well, which is fine because I can bring back in Alvarado, swap those 2 over. Abubakar drops out for Pineda, I guess. And then Nikolic comes back in on the right because we have to start him there. And then we'll start Shehu on the right. Draft with a watch. I would say, honestly, I thought it was pretty fun. It didn't go on for anywhere near as long as I thought it was going to be. I thought we were genuinely going to be there all evening. Because when I saw 20 players picking 25-man squads, all the math I did suggested we were going to be there for a minimum of 4 or 5 hours. We actually got Nigeria on the wing. We can't start Nikolic in the middle because they will kick off. We have to start him on the wing. As long as he starts on the wing, it's fine. We do have Asagi. Can Asagi play... The only issue with Asagi is that he can't play as a shadow striker, which makes me think I should start training him there as well. That way he's getting fluidity on both those roles. Seem okay. I'm glad. Okay, I mean, I'm the world's okayest streamer, allegedly. Yeah, if we're going to commit to the swapping, we have to like go, because I do like the idea of the swapping. It seems to have triggered even... Oh, we got more for the bench, don't we? Let me just pick positions and just do it like that. Just make it a bit easier. Just fill the bench up with some lads. It's a cup game, honestly. So maybe starting him like this in the cup game is the best chance to do so, right? Doing the swapping in the league. We certainly can do. Because the players we've got, Sane and Foden, are more than capable of playing those roles. Yeah, I kind of want guys to do both. And to be fair, it's actually not too difficult to do because what we're looking for out of the shadow striker is pace and composure. What we're looking for out of the winger is pace and composure and okay, decent passing as well. So in actuality, there's quite a lot of confluence between the two sort of archetypes that we're looking at, which means it shouldn't be too difficult to find players that can do both. Yeah, real folks will do that, and I think we've got plenty of that as an option. Is the game going to kick off at me? Minimum of 6 players. Oh no, it's not. It's just a warning. Pedro can do both, but can he? Hello, Jacko. Progress has been okay. We've lost a couple of games that I was a bit surprised by, and now a lot of new guys have joined us, but unfortunately we've also lost some guys to AFCON as well. Some of the new guys look really good, but they're already at AFCON, unfortunately. An all-French team. That is a bit surprising, actually, even for like a 4th tier side, to be honest. Right. We're the favourites. Go and win this. This is a good opportunity for Bright to get going. And the other thing is, once we get out of January and we're into Feb, once our windows have shut and England's windows shut, not England, sorry, Spain's windows shut, then we can go back to playing Nikolic through the middle if we want to start the games. Because for all we know, Orsagi will only get the negative hit when he actually starts as a striker. It might be that it doesn't affect him anywhere near as much during the games, because this is FM, right? Okay. Just a couple of early goals, get ourselves popping. And it's an opportunity for someone like, oh, go on, just bend it. Oh, Bright. Okay, I suspect this lad has got a bright future here. As much as they loved the goalkeeper that we've brought in, I think Orsagi could be very good. To score... Isn't that what... Oh, this one here. Yeah, fuck it. There's no point in not doing it, is there? It's Adam. Thank you very much for the raid. How was stream, friend? Are we doing it again? It's a good start to see. Like, I want to see if he can terrorize a team like that. Oh, look at him go. Go on, cut inside and do it again. You know you want to. Oh, he's going to be a menace, isn't he? He is going to be a fucking menace. Has he got insane agility? Yes. 16 acceleration, 16 balance, and 17 agility with 14 dribbling. This guy is going to be an absolute nightmare for defenders. I actually can't wait to see what he can do. He reminds me a bit of Oriola, actually. Go on, Bauer. Oh, that's really exciting. Not a thing in Belgium. No, I don't. I think it might only be a thing in the UK. I hadn't even... Oh, for God's sake. So now... both of our right backs are going to be missing for quite some time. We've got one at AFCON and now the other one's just hurt himself. In his first game back having hurt himself. Oh, what a header. Oh, is he offside? Come on, give us it. Oh, it is off. Is she offside? Apparently playing at the same time. Yeah, I don't think it's quite got the knowledge base to be able to do that. Where are they? Where even is their game? But it's 0-0 after 38 minutes, which is horrifying. 6 injuries. Yeah, that'll happen. We've had some pretty nasty injury issues this season as well, actually. He's injury prone. Maybe he is, actually. No? Just a bit unlucky, I think. Tronny, thank you for the follow. I have to go to Tahiti? I guess so. We'll check after the game, but as far as I can tell, yeah. That is weird, because you're right, it does know where they are. Broke his wrist. That's not ideal. Our goalkeeper got stolen from us after our transfer window shut. So we basically had to play our backup goalkeeper for the first half of the season with Sven Smates as his backup. And now we finally signed a new guy who's amazing, but now he's at AFCON. So he's not actually played a single game for us yet. He joined us and immediately went to AFCON. We're making really hard work of this. Like a worrying amount of hard work. We've got to the... It's 1-0 against a 4th tier side. I guess there's at least some new guy. Oh, here we go. Go on, Damien. Just drill it, bud. Oh, that's a weak-ass effort. James, of course you can. It's your birthday tomorrow. It's the very least we can do is hit you with that HHHHHBBBBBB, my friend, and everyone else could join me, and that'd be fabulous. And it's put over the line by Nikolic, and he must be onside because there's a guy on the post. 13 goals this season for Damien Nikolic. The downside is the better he plays, the more money that they're going to want from him in the summer. Do you remember he was worth between 5 and 7 million? He's now worth up to 11 million, and I don't think we're going to be able to afford him in the summer if he carries on scoring at the rate that he is. But it's okay. Even if we only have him for 1 year. Yeah, keeper's not done a brilliant job there, has he? Okay, here we go. It'd be nice if we could just get like 3 or 4 in the second half and kind of take it from there. Oh, here we go. Go on. Drop it across. There's so much space. I have so many questions. Basically, we had no choice. It's the most effective form of scouting at the stage we're at right now. Like, French second tier, it's the perfect way to build a squad cheap and fast. And remember, you only lose them every other year, and by the time we get around to that next potential chance to lose them, it shouldn't be as impactful because we'll have hopefully built the squad up a little bit more at that point. So that's the hope, anyway. It's just... To be fair, I'd rather it be this year where I feel like we can kind of absorb the hit than if it was next year where we were, say, trying to stay up. Right, Osagi's all the way through. Can he finish this? This would be a good sign. No! Oh, unless it should be swapping. Apparently it is. Allegedly. Yeah, the other thing is, because it's France, a lot of teams will be in the same boat as us. Hopefully. Yeah, we're probably just not seeing it for whatever reason. I'll just make a couple of basic bitch subs. Not overdo it. Might get Garcia on for... No, actually, Alvarado's having a good day. Might just leave him to keep doing it. Just because Jourdan coming off the bench is just so good. I just love giving him extra... Just giving him like 20, 30 minutes every single one of these games is just great. Because Herbert Bauer is not going to be here forever, whereas Bauer's young enough that I think he could be a real useful player for us in a few years. Right, come on, Osagie. I think the thing is about Osagie is the finishing isn't even that important. It's more about their composure, I find. It's Jourdan through from midfield. This guy is going to be a star. Like, genuinely. This lad is going to be an absolute star. That's his... He's still only 18 years old, is Sebastian Jourdan. And he's doing things like that. It's the run. Like, just makes that run off the defender. Beautiful pass, but the ball's on the man to just loop it over the goalkeeper. He's going to be so goddamn good. It is quite a big stadium, isn't it? Like, only got 1,100 people here, but it is quite a big stadium considering. Tremendous. Is he 18? Yeah, 18 years old, 5-star PA. God, he's good. There is a chance that he actually starts getting in the team over ahead of Herbert Bauer. Like, put it this way, if someone came in with a big chunk of money for Bauer in the summer, I'd be tempted to take it and just commit to Sebastian Jourdan really early days, because he's just so good so quickly. And I feel like every time he enters the pitch, he does something. Alvarado. Oh, brilliant effort there. Of course, Tyler, yeah. Want to become French. When you have nothing left, you become French. Yeah, really happy with the draft. The only thing I'm not happy with is the fact that we ended up with Joao Pedro. Not because he's a bad player, but because I didn't actively pick him. And it cost us £21 million for that, but it could have been worse. It could have given us like a £90 million player, right? So I'm very pleased. I got the players I wanted, pretty much. And some other players that I didn't even know I wanted at the time. Right, good result. Got through, that's the most important thing. At some point we will have to actually play someone good, but these cup games are perfect because the game allows loads of time for those games to actually be played, which means you essentially just get like a free morale bump every couple of weeks whenever you're at this part of the season. It's brilliant. And we've got Lima. Lima is pretty much the perfect player for the role that I want him to play, which is why I'm most excited about him. The question is, how did Strasbourg get on in Tahiti? Twisted ankle, Christ. We are going to be a bit gubbed at right back. All of them, of course, yes. Lima is in all of the roles. I will sort out an emote for him for the stream. He deserves it. He's got to be our captain. There's no way he can't. I know he's only got like 11 leadership, but hey. I'm still concerned about how we're going to be able to play all these games in like a reasonable time frame. That's my one worry. Now, you can play goalie too. 9-0. Okay, so it was a little bit of a stretch. It didn't go amazingly there. Just the 9-0 victory. They did have some chances, though. The game was played at Stade Pater de Hononui. It has to be. Yep, they played in Tahiti. Strasbourg went all the way to Tahiti for a Coupe de France game. Fighting for the Ballon d'Or. Oh, that'd be so sick. Provided Jourdan wins it. Let's just have a little closer look at Jourdan now. Because he is, to not mince my words too much, fucking spectacular. Like, he's so goddamn good. And he's still only 18 years old. And doesn't turn 19 for like another 6 months. He's so perfect. He's so well-rounded. He could even do these deeper roles if I need him to. Obviously, I've been playing him here, but like, as a Messi, he's just improving across the board. Versatile, plays ones twos. Ones twos? I love him so much. Like, only got the one goal, which was actually that... Oh, no, it wasn't. But he's only started one game. He's got 2 goals and 3 assists in one start. If it was faster... To be fair, to play in the number 8 role in this system, you actually don't need to be very fast. What you do need, though, is reasonable work rate and stamina. And he's got great stamina. Getting ready for next season. Yeah, the problem is, I just worry about us ballsing it up. Hasn't really got rest. That's what you like to see. Just these well-rounded players that are going to be so reliable for you. The issue basically is that if we're dropping him out, it has to be Bauer's the guy you're dropping. And he has got 6 and 6. Let's do a comparison to see where he sort of overdoes him. So he is still better. Or a DM. I don't think I'd play Jordan as a DM. Plus I like our DMs too. I'll just stick it on Mez, even though technically he's not actually a Mez. So Bauer has got better finishing, better dribbling, better first touch, better long shots, better passing, better technique. Mild. Bauer's a DLP. We could actually. But then I'd feel bad for Alvarado, who's actually really good there too. He's way more aggressive though. Composure slightly worse. Decisions worse. Flair better. Vision worse. Physically he's worse as well. Actually he's got better stamina. He's a bit more diminutive as well. The thing is, I don't want to play Alvarado as the ball-winning midfielder because he's not actually got very good tackling. He's got the work rate, but he can't tackle when he gets the ball. Or he can't, like... Whereas Gamboa has got better tackling and no work rate. Although, actually, Gamboa's looking worse and worse. I do wonder if maybe that might be the right idea anyway and just accept that his work rate's going to make up for it. Jordan ball-winning midfielder. I think we'd be wasting him a little bit there. Plus, he's only got 13 work rate. I think that this might actually be... I think you were right all along. I think we try that. With Jordan in there. I'd like to at least give it a try. Because if we can find a way to get him into the team a little bit... £5.2 million? I will drive you to Sofia myself. That's mental. I was willing to let him go anyway. We're just setting ourselves up perfectly if we do get promoted. The stability at the club, I reckon he turns it down, annoyingly. It just feels like the type of move that he will turn down. What did it say? Isn't expected to make it? Okay. Oh. Ooh, that's not ideal. Then Amiens. Okay, we got a nice gap after the Caen game before we got Amiens and Le Mans, who are both quite far down towards the bottom as well. So that's fine. I think the aggression will certainly help. We have to sell unwanted players. I don't really have one. There isn't really a method to sell unwanted players. You just have to hope that someone wants the player. There is no real obviously good way to get... Like, it depends. If you're not caring about how much money you're going to get for the player, then you could just transfer list them for nothing. But beyond that, there isn't really a lot you can do to get rid of them. You can ask their agent, you can ask intermediaries, but half the time I find that doesn't work. And if it does, the other half of the time, it will just reduce their value so low that it almost becomes pointless. Jordan at Tenerife. To be fair, the one thing we didn't really have in that Tenerife squad was an incredible number 8. There was Puello, I guess, but he was still a bit further up. Well, we haven't actually got it yet, Basil, but there's every chance that we do, especially if Herenveen come in for him as well. Ooh, we're into the Czech Republic. That could be good. Man named Ong living... could be. Stade Lavallois. It's those guys. Yeah. Yeah, get rid of players you don't want. This is one of the things that we always end up running into trouble with in stream sometimes. There'll be a player that I don't like and chat will be like, well, you should just sell him. I'm like, yeah, but you have to find a buyer too, you know? So... Yes, he is. And they signed him from a team in Myanmar. So Stade Lavallois have just signed a guy on a free transfer from Myanmar. Have they done that? Raul could have moved back to 8, true, but I just really liked him as a number 10. I mean, nothing about that is saying he's great. He doesn't even have any caps yet. But weird. That's just, whoa, hello. Union Sportive with a lowercase s de Saint-Malo. That's 5th tier, I think. Either way, Gopping badge. It just, I don't know what it looks like. It looks like a youth centre. Either way, it's another team. Oh, that's what that week off is. It's yet another lower league side. We're just getting all these free hits against lower league teams. You mean Dealbert? He's still playing as a number 10 there. 10 and 8. Yeah, but Thiago Enrique was like 23. He wasn't one of our youth guys. He was like a player that we'd signed specifically. I was more referring to like the... I just don't think I'm interested. More referring to the guys that we brought through. He was a stopgap that was very, very good indeed. Right. There should be some quite large dubs going on here, I think. That's the line we're trying to walk right now, is trying to not do too much stopgappery. Oh, we've got a scouting update too, which reminds me, before we get to the scout update, some freebies there, I want to have a quick gander in the scout reports to see if there is any absolute crazy talent, which obviously there is, because it's the Czech Republic. Yeah, my Christ. Do you know what? I might actually draw the line on some of these guys and just go for these guys, because there's so many of them at this stage. When we're a bigger club, it makes more sense to go for the guys that aren't quite 5-star, but at this point, there's so many of them anyway. Any A-rateds in there? No. What I'm looking for is like people like this. We'll obviously get them scouted again, but that's sick. Coat of Arms St. Malo has a ferret with a cape on it. No. Oh my god, it does. That's fun. We love that. Wait, Skopek guy? Which team? Or is that his name? Oh, this guy, Martin Skopek. Left back. Just need to find more information on them. It's, unless you see like godlike stuff to begin with, it's tough. Yeah, I probably should have done actually. Nah, he's 23. Let me sort by age. Get rid of the older ones, unless there's anyone crazy in there. Actually, let's just find the guys without clubs in case there is anyone interesting in here. Like these guys. You're not good enough. You're 24. But non-EU. Whereas they're all non-EU, to be fair. Certainly can't hurt to trial the guys. What about Li Beijong? Not got the pace. He's got acceleration, though. Jamba Angel. No harm in trialing them. I suspect they'd ask for moon wages. They may have resale value, but we've got to make sure that we can actually register them. Let me go for... You're at Slavia, but you're 28. That wouldn't really help us at this point. It's a guy called Juan Rizza, which is great. There's a 23-year-old poacher at Peñarol. That's the problem. Most of those guys would want moon wages that we simply can't... Well, we can afford them technically, but we wouldn't want to be offering them. Okay, that's rid of those guys. 27 to go. A lot of these are still... Patrick Cletus is a brilliant name. Wait, who's this? Wait, Vélez, isn't that lower league Spain? It is. They have a Romanian manager and this Romanian player, Nicolae Sandu. I mean, unfortunately, the spread on his potential is wild. So there's not a lot we can really infer from that. But at the very least, they're definitely worth scouting again, those guys. Ah, there's Ernad. Let's have another look at Ernad. Since he's come round his first report. Ernad still looks pretty tasty. No, he wouldn't leave yet. Actually, he might. Because it's Spain, he may leave. Yeah, no wage demand on Ernad is a little bit worrying. To be fair, didn't we already try to talk to him? Or does he not have an agent? Yeah, he does. I think he said no. Like, I'd love him, but I don't think he talked to us yet. In fact, I don't think it's even a yet. I think it's just a case of he won't talk to us. Let me sort by potential now that we've got these few players left. Right. I'm only at 23 years old, though. Would have to be... What a strange player. 23 years old. 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 Doesn't like big matches. Doesn't like... this is the thing. It's those two. At 23, I can't be bringing a guy with bad consistency at 23. Too good for the division. That's true. Physical's above 10, but there's a lot of like red flags. That and his wage demands would be obscene. Granecki, left winger. Very expensive, though. And honestly, he doesn't have the speed to really be demanding that. You, though? 22. Oh, God, the wage demands are insane as well. Poacher, not quick enough. Lots of issues. Although he's only 18. Marku? Does like big matches, is adaptable. Inconsistent at 22 is a little bit concerning. And also worth an absolute fortune. Christ, I didn't even see his value there. That's really expensive for Cyprus. Holy shit. Also, why are there still some players in here that are not scouted properly? I swear I did them all. There's a few more in there, potentially. Who's this 18-year-old at Rouen? Jeremy Boyer. He might be one of the players we scouted before. Marku with 6 marks? Yeah, you don't want that. Hamza Hassan, I've looked at before. He doesn't quite have the physicals to be the number 10 in the system, and he doesn't quite have the defensive attributes to play any deeper. Might even remove him from the shortlist. But he is Lebanese, which is fun. What about you? Petr Chikota. 20, though, would need to be... Ooh, he's quite good, but very, very expensive. That's why it's tough in the market we're in right now, because all these guys are quite... They're a lot older. He's not quick enough for that role, and we've got too many players playing deeper than that. Baba Ansong. Janechki. 6'6", great jumping. Wow! Holy Darren Marshall. He could not be more limited with a football if he tried. It's actually crazy to see a player get to 23 and not be able to do anything except for... He is the epitome of his job is beach. Cooney had 1 big matches. Before the draft on Friday, I literally loaded my shortlist. So basically, when I built my shortlist, I then put the shortlist... Basically, I then turned on a column that showed the big matches, so I could see everyone's big match attribute, and then I removed anyone from the list that had less than 10. That's how I found out he had 1, because he was the one that stood out to me the most, as he was the only player out of 960-odd players that had 1 big matches. Which is crazy. You're very average. Out of contract, but also... And you're... Yeah, there's not a lot there. It looks really promising at first, but it just isn't. Oh, Sim Post. What a guy. One of the benefits of the situation we're in right now is that we don't have to, like... We don't have to be out and buying. Like, we're in a good position as it is. So we don't have to be forcing transfers that we don't want. I think we did a lot of really good business on deadline day last year. So it's on Twitch still. I think I probably should go and upload it to YouTube at some point. I just forgot to do so. But it's available as a Twitch VOD. It's in post has actually been a more Beata. It's got some goals, actually. This is his first season for, I guess, Tenerife C? Yeah, Cunha has 1 big matches. Or he did in the saver I loaded him in. So he maybe has a randomized thingy. But I don't think he does. I'm pretty certain that's what he's set to. Ah, they've recalled Pastor. Which, to be honest, I'm not overly concerned by, especially having had him for a little while. I think the fee that we'd set up was way too high, given what he's good. That was quite a good little test for us, actually. That's a trap that we've... Harvin Pastor the Third banned for 1 match. For crimes against gluten, probably. Oh, it's a midweek one. Why is that not the weekend? That's really inflicting on our game against Amiens. Teplica. Like, even if we don't end up actually signing anybody... Well, we've obviously already signed players in this window, but if we don't find anyone new, I'm actually okay with that. I don't want to spend the money on a player unless I'm, like, certain about it. Because I think... If we do get promoted, having that little bit of extra transfer budget available in the summer, secondary time, could be really, really fruitful for us, because we'll be able to attract a higher standard of player then, and instead of using that money on players that... I mean, obviously, if we find a guy, we find a guy, but we'll have access to more guys in the summer. Yeah, Saka retiring is crazy. Right, Lavelle's trials come to an end. That's okay. Victoria Pilsen. We've still got some great teams coming up there. Yeah, it looked like Bayern were doing a big bid. Presumably Napoli will sneak in there and bid 200 million for that same player. I assume Napoli are still ballsing up Serie A again. It didn't look like they were top the last time I saw Serie A. Which would be very Napoli as of recent seasons. Where are they? Yep. They're not down as far as they were at one point. They are still right in the title race, but it is still embarrassing that they're not doing better than that. Robert Mulders, that's definitely a face in the game, right? I've seen this guy generate in so many goddamn saves. Any crazy shit going on in the league? Wow. Brighton bottom of the Prem there as well. Sheffield United up in 10th. Shout out to them. And Arsenal in... Southampton are 8th in the Premiership. Premier League. Just want to see if there's any weird shit going on further down the leagues. Morecambe bottom of the Football League. Warrington. Okay, they're doing okay. Preston. Oh my god, Preston are in real trouble. Preston are 4 points from safety with a game less played. Oh, sorry, with a game more played than Doncaster. Preston could very well be heading to the National League North at this rate. To join Wickham. Well, Wickham are in the National League South, but you get my point. FC United with the 6 points. Where are Wickham these days? Ooh, still not exactly tearing up any trees there. Folkestone have yet to win a game. Not much Invictus going on there. Okay, you'd love to see it. Yeah, I suspect that after the transfer window is... Barwell we've not seen again. I suspect that they slumped away with embarrassment and have never been seen again. So it's... Yeah, Bayern Munich are bidding 71 million for a guy called Haroun from Bayer Leverkusen. So Bayern are still doing Bayern things, essentially. Still pillaging players from other clubs. In Germany, of course. Right, we kind of need to win this game, and I'm a bit worried about the squad we're going to be able to put out for it, but needs must. Yeah, it's been a bit of a drop-off from Wickham, but often I find when those clubs finally do turn it around in these saves, the reputation they have is usually enough for them to start turning it around again and bouncing back up the leagues. Angers win. Nancy draw. It's actually Bastia we got to worry about a bit more now. Nancy have fallen off a little. But we do need to keep winning because Angers are running away with it at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. One sec. Let me just set the starting 11 up. Christ, who's going to play right back for us? I guess it has to be... Could it be Avellino? Has he got a right foot? He does. It's got decent acceleration. He might have to do... Because I just think Alexandre is too good on this left-hand side. And he's got no right foot. That really is a reason not to play him there. Kyle, thank you for the 9 months. How's your Sunday? Sunday. Got them in. Yeah, we'll stay with those two. Since we've got no choice anyway. Let me just sort the bench out because we can't have you there or you there. But in addition... God, the bench is so tiny compared to before. There's just so many less players. So I want to try this out with Jordan, Bauer and Alvarado today to try and mix things up a little bit. Based on the Brazilian. So basically, that's almost the exact opposite of what I do with tactics. Does he really? Oh, shit. What about Clerc? Christ, he has it as well. The problem is Alexandre has no right foot, which makes him very, very bad when he's played right wing for us. See, look how much worse his average rating is when he plays as a right back. It's, like, comically bad. I might honestly just leave Avellino there and hope that Nikolic does the business, and that will just stop us getting caught out there, but it might prevent us from being so good down that side, unfortunately. But yeah, with the tactics, I basically, with this one, I just built it based on the position, the best roles and positions of the 11 players we had at our first club, which was in Luxembourg. And then it's kind of evolved ever since then by just trying to make it work. I'll just do marginal gains. I'll probably add that to my video ideas list, honestly, of just trying to explain my tactical, how I build them, basically. Because I know it isn't like the way that a lot of people do it, but I find it more fun because you end up coming up with weird shit rather than always trying to, like, square peg round hole things, especially as FM isn't always the best at representing real life tactics a lot of the time. Not yet, Parsbro, but we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with that. Just walked in. Oh, Gav, you mean this tactical revolution? What is wacky wing backy? Although technically this is now wackiest wing backy, but I didn't actually export the name with it apparently. Right, let's cook. Who's getting a squad number? Oh, Bright. Did he not get one for the cup game? Was he just wearing a blank shirt? Playing Avellino right back worries me, but Alexandre, I think I'd rather play a guy that has stays back at all time in that position than a guy who's going to be constantly cutting into his left foot, especially when he's playing behind a guy who's cutting in on his left foot. There'd be too many people cutting in at the same time there. But we're definitely missing those right side players. Something's wanky. I'm excellent, Gav. Genuinely excellent, man. How are you? It's the midfield. I won't judge them entirely today if things are a little bit squiffy because of the fact that Avellino's there. That is going to upset our balance slightly. So I want to make sure that they get a chance. Particularly if he drops an absolute shitter. But it might just be that Jourdan is just very good off the bench at the moment and his rightful place is going to be replacing Bauer when Bauer's actually not in the team rather than trying to force them both in there. Because I mean, so far we've had no shots in 35 minutes, which is never a good sign. Wow, a shot. I mean, defensively, really stable, which I'm assuming is because Avellino is not getting forward. So they just can't get down that wing. This has got 0-0 draw written. Oh my god, please no. Wow. Less enthused. Yeah, I bet. In only 2. Are they really? For some reason, I feel like we haven't played them. But maybe we played them really early and I've just already forgotten about it. This was a shocking performance. The other downside about playing it the way we have is it gives us less options off the bench. We'll get you on now. Plus, we do start to just sacrifice that. Wow, what is this game? We could also be being punished because of the Nikolic or Saji thing as well. Right. The rating thing has simply not worked for me at all. We'll get Osaji off for Pineda. Alexandre has been awful today, ironically. I'll get Diallo on for a little bit. Alvarado's been poor. I guess Gamboa. Thankfully, it's still 0-0. That's the only thing we've got on our side here is the fact that this game is still 0-0, which means there is a chance that we could still turn this into something. But unfortunately, everyone's kind of hovering around that 2 points a game mark around here, and it's there's a far too many teams. Wow, might be our worst performance of the entire season, honestly. I think next game I might just go back to what we were doing before, because it was working, right? But it was worth trying it for a game. But I don't think. Oh no! Wait! Oh no! Oh, it's such a shame. Oh, it's wide. But I think the odd one. Honestly, yes. I would say this house, because of the way that the angle this house is at, there's never any direct sunlight shining on the windows properly, because one side is where the carport is and there's another house with a little gap in between. The other side is literally my neighbour's house. Oh no. Oh, so that's good. So it means it stays, particularly the living room stays very cool, which is nice. Like yesterday when it was 33 degrees, the living room was still only like 23, which was blissful. Well, that was a trash game, but honestly, lucky to get away with a point. So we'll definitely take that. I'm still going to yell at them, obviously. But it's more drop points. We're just sort of flapping around a little bit. I assume some of the other teams are going to be losing players. It pretty much was done, frankly. Oh, wow, it's actually not sunny outside. It's got all grey. Do you know what? It's actually worse when it's like grey outside and it's still boiling hot. That's less fun. Right. We'll prioritise Mr... was it Ki Ong? Like that. Midfield in the cup. I guess we... Oh yeah, what we're doing. Hang on. Sorry. I've typed his name in for absolutely no reason. And now I've clicked the wrong button. Any geese news? No, not really. I did see some swans yesterday. I saw some cows on the other side of the river, and some baby cows too. They were all huddled under this tree trying to keep some shade, so that was kind of cute. You can't go wrong for that. Where's he gone? God, I wish their nationality wasn't linked to their name so you could actually sort by it. And you can't even sort by club, can you? Because it doesn't sort by what you're sorting it by. How am I even supposed to find the guy? Like, I don't understand why they combine columns like that. There he is. Such a weird way of doing it. Pay increase. Oh, shit. That's not too much. I don't believe you can add any columns to that screen. Pretty certain those screens are locked. Oh, you can. Wow. It was this one that you couldn't add columns to, wasn't it? Right, yes, you're absolutely right. Why is that? Like, I mean, luckily Saz made and added a load of columns manually for me to that screen, but it's so strange that you can't touch that stuff. Do I want a friendly before? No, we'll probably just leave it. Just realised that Avellino has now gone on... Has he? Right, hang on. I'll ensure it doesn't happen again, that's fine. But, whoa, what the hell? Oh, that's because of work permits. Should we have loaned him? That was what I was thinking. I probably shouldn't have done that. But such is life. My hope is that we'll get someone back in that time and it's going to be okay. We've got 11 more days. That's a lot of time for someone to get knocked out of AFCON, right? And get back, perhaps? I'm not super confident about that now. Oh, have I missed a look up? Or is that song requests? Or Edric. Sven playing fullback. I mean, weirder things have happened. Maybe Sven was destined for this role as our sort of very new Paul Cide Costera type of role. Yeah, it doesn't help that the AFCON boys are the big nations. Like, why can't we have a team of South Sudanese players? Because that sounds fun. The closest I can get to you is Scott Kendrick. I'm afraid. And also this lad here who I've never heard of before. So he doesn't even have a facepack picture. Absolute scrub. Over 100 points. Yeah, I think they're at... Oh, Denmark now. Jeff is underpointed. I know. We tried to appoint a load of staff members earlier in stream and none of them would come to us. We were trying to sign up Comrade Lima as an assistant manager, but he was having none of it. As was Jeff Hendrick, sadly. He ain't about that life. Oh. They need to be arrested and told to stop doing it. Napoli have done it again. 128 million. They just can't help themselves, can they? Man with no caps for either Spain or Argentina. Napoli literally have got like... They actually are the Federal Reserve. Napoli are fractionally reserve signing players at this point. What have they done this year? So 301 million so far this season. 200 million on Cube. 100. To be fair, that's actually only taking into account the upfront fees. The amount is more likely going to be more than that. Yeah, they've gotten Cube. They're never done. What was last year? 336 million, 340 million pounds. How are they alive? It's incredible. To be fair, they do have the biggest sponsorship in Europe. It's all that mafia money. I don't think I've ever seen a team be so tycooned that they are spending money at the rate that Napoli are. I've never seen a team be this aggressive with their spending. It's actually shocking that they're... Oh, wait. We'll just leave that for the time being. We don't really want to lose Vargas to Al-Shabaab, but if we did, then such is life. I can't believe that's gone through. £4.8 million for Josef Marcin, a 30-year-old player that wasn't playing for us. Nearly 5 million quid. Amazing. Love that. That's just free money. They're trying to buy the league, and they have won the league a couple of times, but nowhere near as much as they should have done. So yeah, now we've got 14 million in the bank. Obviously, our budget is actually... Weren't we on £8 million in bank balance before that? How are we losing so much money when I'm not signing anybody? We are going to have to be careful. Like, we may have a giant transfer budget, but we actually don't have a lot of money. I know I'm signing a couple of guys, but it does seem like most of that money didn't go to me anyway. Can't buy success. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, we have to be so careful with that cash. Last thing we want to do is get into the situation where we're in negative money. Because then they'll just start selling people. Yeah, the board have just bought a fleet of Peugeot 308s. Or something. That sounds like a Peugeot car name, right? Who said exactly? Like what Shergar did on that. I don't know. I don't know. Record transfer? Really? So we've managed to rake in 22 million this year in transfer fees. Where's it all gone then? Out of interest. We'll do our best. Gilmore completes free transfer to Ammonia. That couldn't be Billy Gilmore, could it? It can't be, surely. He's too old by now. I think if we can get promoted on the shoestring that we're working with and a couple of sort of signings we managed to put together, I'll be pretty happy. If anything, our biggest mistake was the... Wait, did someone not bid on you? I mean, I can get even more money. No one considers it viable. Alright, we'll just offer you out like that then. God, Alan Favreau wants to go too, which is frustrating. Cool looking car. I don't know. I was just saying words, honestly. I don't know. I couldn't name you a single Peugeot at this point. I can't even remember the name of the Peugeot I had when I was in Malta, other than it was a hateful piece of shit. Yeah, they're just selling... Oh, God, no. I mean, we're probably going to have to loan you out, otherwise you're going to kick off as well, aren't we? It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong if we loan out half the squad and everyone else is at AFCON? Wage spend rank. It's probably still quite high because we are a relegated side. It's number 3, but it's absolutely nowhere near Troyes. That's the key thing. They're spending twice as much on wages as we are. And most of that's going on players like that guy that's retiring that's on like 50 grand a week here. It was definitely a Persian shit. It was horrible. It sounded like a drill. The engine was like a... It was... Ugh, horrible thing. How are Troyes getting on with all that? 10th in the league, despite being easily the richest side in here with the best squad as well. We're still right up there. It's just Angers are being Angers. Is it Copenhagen? That's potentially something there. Right, Scout Update. Here we go. More players to... Really, a Barcelona guy? That seems a bit ambitious. However, Nikolai Akalski intrigues me somewhat. A few random... Ooh, more random guys that don't have clubs. Well, one guy, Rafael, Brazilian, 29. Nah, I don't know if he's worth it. Well, I don't think he'd have come around just yet. We just have a little gander. Oh, wait. No, not yet. He'll be in the next one, I think. I think it was probably a bit too late to prioritise him. 30, 29, 29. You're under bid as well. So you... Wow, there's a lot of you under bids. Get rid of you guys. Get rid of any absolute crap. Which is not that many for once, which is nice. Try to make sure there's no bargains missing in there. No. Okay. Anyone crazy good on CA? Oliver Simonson. £7 million. He would have to be the greatest right back in the... Well, he's good. But again, I don't think he'd suit our style of play. Really good player, though. Just good to have a little look there. Barcelona guy. Like, why are you even on... I assume it's a loan. Now then. Because he'd just be another player playing in the Herbert Bauer role, wouldn't he? Even as a loan, that wouldn't really make sense for us. Like, he's a good player, but the problem is if we loaned him... The thing is, he couldn't even play as a DLP. We'd have to retrain him, and we wouldn't have time to do that before he left. This guy's only listed for loan. There's no way he'd join us permanently. Yeah, he'd want us to get promoted. Like, I'd be willing to do a loan like that if it was the right role, but it just simply was £17 million for Heinrich Apitz. More like Heinrich the Tits. He's extraordinary. But also, there's a reason he's worth 17 million quid for Heinrich Apitz, who was born in Nessetal. No chance of signing him, of course, but really good player. Right, random cheap guy. He's 21, though. Yeah, he's the kind of guy we want. But we can get those guys earlier. Yeah, so basically the older guys... Well, to be fair, the guys that are like 21 and over are actually just coming through because I have got it set to 23 on the team report thingy. But anyone older than that are likely coming through because they're in the first team squads and they're scouting them as well. Right. Is there anyone crazy? You're at... Yeah, okay. Oh, that's George Michael. Right, let me just send the guys around that we don't have knowledge of so we can get ourselves concentrating on the ones we do. Actually, I want to look at Akalski as well. He's the one that stands out to me there of those guys that we know a little bit about. Because he's a CM as well. Ooh. Interesting. Passing technique, first touch, excellent. Marking, solid. Vision, a little bit naff, but could work on. Resolute personality. Vision could definitely improve, but I feel like he might be worth trying to sign anyway. Really low wages. Right winger for 80k. Which one was that? Because this guy here isn't actually 80k. He'll be more like 600k. And he's 21. So he's unlikely to improve a lot. Unless he's a different player. There might be a different player. It depends on how cheap he actually is. Not at 3 million quid. That's mental. What was the point of even having that agent thing? They wanted like £6 million for him. Lordy lord. Why is it you're even supposed to talk to their agent then? You go, oh yeah, they want between this and that. And then they go, actually, we want double that. Okay. Right, never mind. You're way too expensive. Great player. Really, these are the kind of players I love. If we could find a guy like this that isn't £10 million, they'd be brilliant. But unfortunately, because these guys play in Denmark and they play for these teams, that's quite a lot for Aarhus, to be fair. What about Hansen? Not quite quick enough. His technicals actually aren't that great either. That's probably why he's so cheap. Patrick Borg, 21, so we'd have to be exceptionally good. He is quite good, but also not convinced by him, especially as his contract's up. It's weird that they'd be letting him go, and then we've got Ramada as well, who's fast. The issue with Ramada, basically, is he's 21. He's probably going to have no potential beyond what he already has there, and he's probably quite close to it anyway. He is free, but he's also not free, because he's going to want... He's not going to want anything, actually. He doesn't even want to join us. Wow, okay. That's great. Even so, I wouldn't have paid that amount for him anyway. I was hoping to get him for like 1 million, maybe. Yeah, that's not ideal. Like, if they're going to be 21, they need to be really well developed at that age. Like, if we're signing a guy that we can mold and develop that ourselves, then that's fine. But they've got to be more like 18, 19 at that point. Because you can get some really, really good 21, 22-year-olds from these clubs, but they need to have... You basically want to find those guys that have come through with high PA, but because they've got decent CA, they've been straight into the first team really quickly, which gives them a chance to develop even further. Which means by the time they're 21, 22, they're like really, really good. And you can pick them up relatively cheap. Those are the guys that I'm more than happy to go after because they're well worth it and are worth the money in the future. Radic. Nenad Radic. Play next game. I don't know. But if needs be, I mean, luckily it's a cup game, so we should be okay either way. Even if Sven has to play right back for us in the next game, we'll probably be able to get through that cup game. No offers for Diallo, that's fine, we tried. Ron. I'll put cards on it, but it'd be like retirement cards for Ron. My mate got Pogger. Wait, that actually was Billy Gilmore. I was joking. I didn't think that was actually Billy Gilmore. I didn't think he'd still be playing. He's been at Arsenal for the past 3 years. 137 caps for Scotland. Still playing. Natural Fitness 15 is helping with that. Was that a January move? No, it wasn't, was it? Wait, yes it was. No, it wasn't. Okay. Incredible. Arsenal paid £20 million for him as well. One day he'll get one. Isn't it him and Joe Gomez? Arsenal made some very strange moves, although Arsenal did sell James Garner, of all people, to Saudi for £9.5 million, where he was then on 800 grand a week. He was unattached. Ah, I see. So it was January, but it makes it look like he's come from Arsenal when in actuality he hasn't. I see. Northland, their players are going to be super expensive as well. Let's just have a little gander in here. What am I doing? Wrong. I pressed the wrong button like 3 times. Simakula here at SC Copenhagen. I mean, these guys are probably goated, but with them comes the... Ooh, he's actually not horrendously expensive. Some nice little tick boxes there. And the problem is they probably wouldn't sign for us. Who's this guy? Zhivny. What about Slavan Liberec? End of contract. Ooh. Oh. Wow. Yeah, we probably should. At least set it to... Is it Unsure I normally use? Yeah. We'll see if we can get any good ones here. Imagine if it was that. Okay, he would actually consider it. There's definitely a few options in there. It would save us scouting players that we've got no hope of actually signing them. That's quite a good idea in future. What I'll do is I'll turn that on every time we come to this screen, but I still want to turn it off by default. That way, just in case we see a guy that we're like, oh my god, he's good. And it might be one to like look for the future. We've got Milan Novotny. Oh no, wow. There's a lot of players whose contracts are up very soon. I assume they've all got 1-year extensions anyway, but it's just we're in that weird period. Turn it on before we scout. Yeah. You said that guy's name was Carol Skoda? He's heard of Carol Shelby and thought, you know what, I can do it too. Yeah, otherwise we're going to waste our time scouting like tens and tens of players that are realistically out of our range at this point. And I suspect some of the guys that we've just scouted are probably out of our range too, because we haven't technically asked their agent, so it's just the game being... I find there's some players that the game says you're able to sign, but in actuality you'll ask their agent, and what it means is that they might purple you, or blue you, or whatever we call it this year. Or they're just not actively going to sign for you, but that's all right. Want to keep tabs on. True. That's a good point. Yeah, it would hide some of those guys. Oh, yeah, no, totally. That's what we tend to do with the scouting. With, like, for example, when we do natty cap scouting, if we find a load of players that have got wanted symbols on them, and those clubs are, like, relatively reputable, then it's an immediate buy. Like, for example, when we signed Binyam Tedessi, the only reason I signed that dude was because he was wanted by, was it Bayer Leverkusen and Roma while he was playing in Ethiopia? Yeah, outside of a window, I'll just leave it open. But when we're in a window, I don't want to be prioritizing them too. Because also, at the moment, we've got it set up for a year's worth of scouting. So it's not going to get, like, fully back of the list level stuff. So that RB Salzburg, I very much doubt that he's even still playing. Given that we're in season 15 now, I suspect that he's almost certainly retired by now. I'll check out the cup. Nice have put Douglas Calburn. Solid. You leave the cows alone though, buddy. What have I told you? There's very few real... I mean, Billy Gilmore, for example, is 36 in this save, and weirdly now playing in Cyprus. Cyprus seems to be like a really nice location for the... Speaking of retirements, Ansu Fati? He can't be that old, can he? He's 35. Wow. Actually, he was very good. 225 goals in La Liga. Wait, Canate's there? Oh, yeah. Who was I thinking of then? Maybe I was thinking of a different Kanate. Oh, I think I was thinking of Ibrahim Kanate, who is definitely older. But Karim Kanate is actually quite young, isn't he? Yeah, he's been at 2 different Saudi sides. RZ paid £65 million for him. Just the idea of a universe where RZ Alkmaar are spending £65 million on a footballer is actually unhinged. This is obviously an RZ side that had an absolutely ridiculous team at one point and have won several Eredivises. But at Ittihad and obviously Al Hilal, where the numbers are just ridiculous. 203 goals in his career. How are RZ getting on these days, actually? Because they spend a lot of cash, but actually haven't won a league for a while. Feyenoord got one last year. In fact, RZ are all the way down here. It's the usual suspects, basically. And obviously this guy... Oh, we really liked this guy, didn't we, Marlon Clarissa? Yeah, he's a bit exceptional. Who the fuck is this? Javoz. Good. Did I just say Nagalo banned for 1 game? That's that guy that I played a couple of... I played him in like 1 off-camera game for Tenerife right before the Conference League final. And he was really, really good. Now, it might have just been... It was that 6-2 win or something where I played a rotated side and Nagalo, that guy there, who's now disappeared, absolutely ran the show. Considering he wasn't even super confident in the position I put him in. That way. Wow, they've actually played him in some league games. He was the guy that came through at that random Ivorian side that I'd never even heard of. Institute de Football Ehman Richard. It's weird how cheap he is valued at Tenerife. But he does have pace. And I know that he has acceleration too because I can remember what his attributes were like. He's the exact... You probably wouldn't sign for us any... No. Still, I want to scout him again because he's the kind of guy that if he does get spat out by the Tenerife system, we could potentially pick some of those guys up because we're never going to be able to sign them on permanent deals. Robbie Cooper basically did nothing. Actually, did he? To be fair, he might have done. He's at Galway United. Actually, he rejuvenated his career. It didn't work out at all well for him at Aberdeen. But then he moved to Inverness on a free transfer and actually, to be fair, has picked his career up massively. Then it didn't really work out weirdly at Galway in the Prem. But in the Irish First Division with Galway, he's been really, really stable as well. Basically, his mistake was leaving Colwyn Bay when he did. The fact that he got 36 goals in one season with Colwyn Bay was incredible. For an AI player, anyway. Yeah, and Mbala, I don't think he's playing for Tenerife yet. Which is bad. The problem is, players like him, we simply can't afford. Now, there is a chance that next year we can take 2 different loanees from Tenerife, maybe, that we already know about and really like. Because we'll be able to get 2 more loanees in. And maybe because we're at a higher level, we'll be able to attract slightly better players from Tenerife in that period. Someone like Jose Garcia, maybe. And then maybe there's a chance we can sign them later if they get released. Because some of these guys from Tenerife probably will get spat out because their AI just won't play them properly. And we might be able to benefit from that. His mistake was hey, yeah. There's a lot of brand new sentences knocking about. Yeah, and Mbala finally got up to... oh, nice. There we go. So we were waiting for that. That's going to save us a bit of wages too, isn't it? We'll definitely say no to that. Dutch Santa. Sorry, what now? Oh, St. Nicholas. Yes. St. Nicholas was actually a guy we tried to sign when we were in Tenerife. We didn't... He was a right-sided winger, if I recall. But the issue was he was only marginally better than the player that I wanted to keep hold of. And I didn't think it was worth the fee that we were going to have to pay for him. If I remember correctly. This guy. Fosey St. Nicholas. Like, he's a good player, but I didn't want to drop 15 million on him when we were at Tenerife because he wouldn't have been that much better than the players we already had. Yeah, so if you win the final, you're allowed to keep going because that would be really unfair otherwise. But if you lose the final, which is what happened with us at Tenerife, you do then have to quit. Yeah, he's a good player. Really well-rounded player. I just wasn't about to spend that kind of cash on him. It was just a little bit too much. It's a bit like the guy from Hearts that was worth like £14 million as well that I just thought was a bit of bad bit of business from us. Oh, Paidalina Miskond. You never know. Oh, we do know. We're not going to find another sim post, are we? I think we've got our one decent-looking Estonian player in this save, and it turns out it was sim post all along. The Polish right winger, yeah. Not to be confused with Obst, who was another Polish right winger who actually was quite cheap and relatively solid. He did come from... What did he actually? You're right, he might have come from Spain, actually. That would be why. So, yeah, he came through... Wow, that's even weirder. The fact that he came through at a Spanish lower league side. He's worth, like, a good amount of money. Like, he's probably a really passable player that's got decent enough PA to be comfortably a good player for Estonia, but nothing beyond that, really. No, only teams that have never been in a European final are on the list. It doesn't matter what happened when they were there. It's just if they've been in a European final. If you get to it, if that team gets to a European final, they're immediately eliminated from the list. But when I'm managing them, if I go to a European final and win, then we don't have to get quit, because that'd be kind of pointless. Let's just get the draw done. Just give us another lower league side. I dare you. I have seen that Thomas Frank is Spurs boss, yes. It's definitely an appointment that has happened in the world of football. It's one of these things where it's almost impossible to judge. Oh, great. We got PSG in the 11th round. Amazing. How many non-league sides are there left? There's that one there. There's actually not a lot. There's pretty much just those guys there. Speaking of Dutch Santa's about to destroy them. That's frustrating. Just beat PSG. I'd see no issues. If we're going to be the best, we've got to beat the best. But that team is Monaco, so we've got to deal with PSG in the meantime. Gasperi, I don't know who that is. Leclerc's going as well. Not Leclerc, sorry. Yeah, then get to Europe. That'll give us more cash. I wonder if Man City ended up actually paying that money. Oh, they definitely have, haven't they? 31 appearances in the league. They've definitely paid that money. Yep, there you go. £39.5 million. So they paid Tenerife the extra 10 million quid. So Tenerife are rolling in it. What a piece of business that was from us, by the way. 40 million, and then replaced him that summer with a guy for less than half the money who was better than him. Speaking of Murphys, I want... Oh, God. Smates is spreading the lurgy. Good God. Well, looks like Smates can't even play on right back. Who's going to play at right back next game? Right. See if I can still get Pog. Not that she can play right back for us, but... Those attributes are really capable. Go on, Pogster. Ah. I want to sign Pog, damn it. Look at bigger job available. No. Basically, every job I'm taking now is a job I want to try to win the save with, basically. That was the plan at Tenerife. The reason we took such a step back to go to Sochaux instead of some of the bigger sides is that I just don't find it that interesting managing larger teams. And it's really hard to turn those ships in the direction I want them in the time frame available. So I'd rather drop down a little bit, rebuild a slightly smaller team, and kind of take a bit more of a run up at it. That's the logic to it. Particularly as a lot of the bigger sides are out of the question anyway. And a lot of them are in massive debt. So, for example, we did look at Union Berlin, but they were in like £170 million worth of debt. The one team in Germany that was a little bit higher up that we would have considered was Mainz. Because they're actually a Champions League side and a really decent team. So that was probably one of the few moves I would have done at the time. But now that we're here, I'm not going to want to just switch to go to Mainz now. I want to like take them up. Parallels. Oh, for sure. They do follow similar patterns. But that's just because of the way that we recruit for the most part. I honestly think that had we managed to stay at Tenerife past that last season, the next time we'd have had to lose our job would have been a Champions League final. Because we weren't going to be reaching any Europa League finals. And I think by the time we were at a level where we could get to the Europa League final, we'd have probably been in the Champions League by that point. And so it would have been immaterial. And I think the squad that we were building there with the players we had potentially could have been a Champions League winning team. And it would have been cool to do that with a load of Spaniards in there as well. Willie Barr, thank you for the follow. For the follow? Sorry, for the raid. Mainz are not like to sack their boss unless... Basically, the only way Mainz's job became available would be if they got their boss poached, which is something that nearly happened. Yeah, the Conference League is super scary. The biggest turning point for me was us being 4-2 down against Hoffenheim after the first leg of the semi-final. I felt pretty confident then, without like trying to throw the game, because I wasn't, that we would probably not qualify for the final. However, Thiago Enrique scored his only ever hat-trick for us in the second leg and just did that one for us. And truthfully, I think we actually could have beaten Fulham in that final and probably should have done. We were just a little bit unlucky in the end. When's the first league game? We don't know. It is when it is. When it happens, I don't know when the game is yet. Trust me, I'll let people know when I know. It's the first thing I'll do. Next practice mates to put on the gloves. I actually don't know. Jordan? I feel like Jordan's becoming like a French version of Sven Smates at this stage. I'm wondering if I can do the old trickety trick where I say you'd be better off used to... Yes, good lad. Love to see it. One brat and her cat. Thank you for the follow. Exactly. To be fair, I had loads of plans in the fire if we'd have won a Champions League earlier in this save. We had... we were going to try and win the Copa Libertadores. Libertadores. So do a bit of South American stuff. If that wasn't working out great, we were going to come back to Europe and do Survival Specialist. So I have loads of things planned with inside this universe. What looks... Does it actually work with Dartford too? That's really interesting. It's a sort of test I'm going to have to run when I go to make a video about this tactic, because I feel like at some point soon I probably shall do that. Because that would have been fun. And it's going to be fun, because I make videos now. Right. What am I doing? Oh, just random guys from Tenerife. God, even Obst is... I literally can't loan him. I'm literally not allowed. Why am I even checking on him? I physically am not allowed to loan him. Is Myanmar boy not good? Oh, there he is. Oh, he is oofy. I don't know what Stad Lavallois were thinking. Maybe they have a Myanmar scout who just loves this dude. The Rotherham of France. Yeah, no, what I'll make is a video about how I got relegated from the league. Yeah, that's what the tactic we're going to use, James. That's the plan, anyway. Because why not, right? It's fun. I could play a really OP tactic, but maybe this one's OP and we just don't realise it yet. Right, get rid of the older players. It's just another old Brazilian dude. You're actually the Viola guy. It's another Lebanese dude. He might be 25, but he might still be worth a gander, just cause. Oh, that's Skakun. Get rid of you because you're at Tenerife. We can't even really sign you anyway. You know, you should be worried if I start getting consistent with content again, especially before getting medication. You don't want to see what me with self-esteem could look like. Brother. I'm worried about what that would look like, honestly. You got to stop calling me handsome, chat. There was way too many YouTube comments praising my appearance. I'm not used to this. Oh, no. We will do... wait, hang on. Let me get rid of the other ones first. Don't want to be scanning these guys again for no apparent reason. Bassem. Okay. Oh, this guy here. Lassina Kofi. Yeah, he is cheap enough to the... He's 20, but that means he might... Or is it a different guy? I'm assuming it wasn't... It has to have been him, right? There wasn't another guy at Bassi. As we know, potentially... Connor. Let's have a look at him. He's wanted by someone. Jules Gordon's. Get the car crash guy back. Can't be done. Score can handle it best. That'd be kind of fun, actually. I don't even know if I could really do... How would you... I'm not sure if you even can do that. Because I can't even create it as... Oh, in it! Dupe looks... That's why I'm so glad I rated Dupe. Dupe looks so good. I hope he... hope his ultra marathon went well yesterday. Send those guys around again. Ooh, oh, it's Ian White. Yeah, we've looked at him before. He's really good, but really American and really expensive. The second part being the one that matters the most. Create 20 managers. I guess you could do that, yeah. Just think of the amount of times I'd have to press the spacebar. It'd be like being back at FIFA E. Oh yeah, because it's just holiday, I don't know. Yeah, okay, fair. That wouldn't be a bad idea. That's not how I normally do my tactics test, but that would be quite a good test of it, really, wouldn't it? Right, let's have a look at the Viola guy, just cause. Adnan Tahar. The biggest issue, really, is he's 25. He's the kind of guy that, say Alfred Vargas was to get poached by us. Sorry, say Vargas gets poached. At that point, I might be tempted to funnel that money straight into someone like Tahar that just kind of covers us over for a little bit. It's all the white stars, yeah. But to be fair, ignoring the white stars, I like his attributes. And also, I think I could probably find better. What I will do is shortlist him for the time being, though. Double-barreled Norwegian name in Denmark is always fun. Sorry. I guess you could argue triple. Morten Andre Tveter Arnesen. What even is you? You can't pass particularly well, and he can't tackle, and he has no work rate. He ain't it. This guy's got a release clause, but he is 22, so he'd have to be insane, and he's a left back.
Building it now.
Just not our type of left, and he's fickle. Villads is a great first name, though, I've got to admit. Oh, hang on. Corsets. I'm sorry if I've said that incorrectly. Thank you for the follow, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll get rid of you as well. You are... Why are you... Oh, hello. Finally, a lower league Spaniard. If he's willing to talk to us, nice, we'll definitely take him. Just for the fun, right? We did this all the time in Spain, and despite not looking great when we signed them, some of them turned into absolute monsters, so it would be rude not to take him on this occasion, wouldn't it? Since a lot of them haven't looked particularly viable so far. Juraj Kovacs. He's got the acceleration, but his pace is really lacking. It's unlikely it's going to get enough, particularly at 20. Matthias Schuby Johannesson. Schuby? He's not it either, is he really? What about Mads? Yeah. Disappointing. Shooby-Doo is amazing. Hey, if we just sign a random Spanish dude, I'm happy with that. Ooh, look at this long name here as well. Lassie Uver... I swear I had a player called Lassie Uvergaard at one point. Shooby-Dooby-Doo. One for Pog solely. Oh, we've got a cup game. Right, who the hell's playing right back then? It can't be Hugo. It can't be Favreau. It can't be Shehu. It can't... Excuse me. 1 second while I dip into the youth teams. Who have we got? Anyone that's going to step up here? I'm just going to add into this column anyone with potential so I can see if there's someone that I would like to give game time for because of their PA. Avia could be good. I mean, he isn't, but he could. He'll be fine for a cup game. I'll let these guys do it run it back one more time like this. For the time being, and see if they can do it again, but I'm not confident, and I think I'll probably switch back to the other system for the Liga. Hey, a full French 11. Oh no, Martin Equar dude in there, ruining it all. No Africans are back yet, I don't think. Hang on, who would be the best one to look for to find if they are back? The goalkeeper, I suppose. No. Dilweedy? Oh, well, Avila's absolutely dead. Nikolic is pretty good across the board. Right, cool. Oh, we have 9 subs. Oh, we're not going to need them, are we? We should be able to get through. This fact is, we're playing PSG the next round anyway, right? Our best prospect. I would say, honestly, Alec Chowie is... He's what the team seems to consider to be the best prospect. However, I believe our best prospect is actually... Well, this is what the game seems to think. And I think Alec Chowie is going to be excellent. And to be fair, if we did lose Vargas, I'd be tempted actually just to promote Mohamed Alec Chowie instead. Because he looks like he should be really good and all he needs is some game time. Wow, he's actually growing in jumping reach. Incredibly. He's fucking great. But, for me, my favourite hot prospect is currently starting here actually, is Sebastian Jourdain. Because he just plays well. He just looks good when he plays. Yes, I think I was waiting on him because I was worried someone might poach him. And I think he had a boat. Actually, I think what it was is he had a boat clause, so I triggered that, so I just kind of put it off for another year. I guess if we get to the 11th round of the Cup, that's not too bad. Like it means that we've not had to deal with anyone particularly difficult to get to this stage. The board should be happy with 11th round, right? Although I would like to see us play a bit better today. Like our last couple of Cup games have been a little bit fucky. It's because he's come off the bench. So you have to think that he's getting punished for a lot of substitute appearances that... Like, he's contributed quite a lot considering how rarely he's started games, and he's got a lot of contributions to good things when he has been on the team. So I'm still completely happy with him so far. What are you doing? That was awful. Right, there we go. Although I don't think this current lineup of midfielders and the way we've got it set up in this game, it's fine for this game. But I don't think it's the way I want to go long term. That little combination of those three just doesn't seem to be it. Oh, go on. Back post for Nikolic. Hey, penalty. Nice. Don't know who even takes our penalties these days. We don't really win that many penalties. It's actually Nikolic. Like, he's probably going to get us 20 goals this season, which is really, really stable. Oh, it's beautiful. A bit arrogant pulling out Panenkas when it's 0-0 7 minutes into an 11th round cup match, but against the 5th tier side. But still, I respect it from him. He's putting them in their place where they deserve to be. You don't see a lot of Panenkas either. I like the goalkeeper reacting as if the ball hadn't even been kicked. It was good for him. Oh, great. Is the right back position in this tactic cursed? Because that's now... We're down to like the 5th choice right back. No, it might even be 6th choice. Because we loaned out 2 players that could play there. One of them's injured. One's at AFCON. Another one's just got injured again. And Sven's ill. So we might be down to our 7th choice right back now. Watch Alec Chowie absolutely crush it as a right back. Oh, Nikolic with the speed. He's got runners coming through him. There's so many options for him here. Oh, okay. Strange choice. Go on. Heribert, show me something here, buddy. Oh, it's glorious. Lovely. Sign scout players. Well, you have to, right? Because at the end of the day, when people say meta, I look at that as saying, is a striker in real life who's really fast, generally speaking, likely to be better than a striker who is simply tall? I think there's a real life meta in football too, and some attributes are more important than others in real football as well. So I don't even really consider it to be a meta. I just consider it the attributes that matter. But yes, I take them into account the same way I would take any other attribute into account. Or you could just sign loads of guys with long throws, to be fair. The attributes that matter, yeah. Chat, it doesn't matter. This has been a little bit better for us, but still, there we go. Right, come on, Bright, show me that left foot. Ooh, I said left foot. What, just pick a team because they've got really good long throws and see how much you could abuse it? At least that's something that's been agreed with the league thing, is to not use custom corner tactics. It's just default stuff, because that would just be so unfun. Yeah, players who are generally speaking quite fast and agile will do well in real life football as well. Because it's not the only thing. The fact is, if they've got those attributes as it is, they're going to have more opportunities to get into those positions to score goals. They'll miss a lot more, potentially, if they've not got the other attributes to go with it. See, for example, Nehemiah Royola or Magdi or the like. But if you can get a guy that's got both, then you're up for it. Like, for example, Cyril Dosso. He's probably the most prolific striker / shadow striker we've had in this save. And that was only really half a season of his prolificisms. Come on, a third goal here. And, oh, no, okay. I do need to update the tactics file, because it's actually not showing the most recent one yet, anyway. Perform better in FM than in real life. I guess it depends, right? Has anyone here had particularly great times with Adama Traore? At the end of the day, the guy's a Premier League footballer who's been quite effective for Fulham in a very specific role, which is to run fast. That's exactly how... The problem with... Actually, Traore, in a way, is sort of an example of how FM is just kind of modelling real life. Traore is incredibly quick, incredibly agile, and incredibly strong. He gets into a lot of attacking positions, but because he's got no end game, he doesn't actually score a lot and misses a lot of good chances, which is exactly like those types of players would do in FM. Like, for example, Nehemiah Royola and Magdi. Those players are basically like a slower and less strong version of Adama Traore. He's just... They run fast, but they don't do a great deal after that. Who just scored that one? Was that another one for Bright? I love these little runs he's making off the right-hand side. That's another goal for Bright. Just getting him a couple of quick ones while he learns that role, I think, is helpful for him. I think if he can become a shadow striker by the end of the season, it'd be nice. Just that, plus he's staying offside. Even if it just means sort of worse striker than Isak in FM terms, had a great argument better than Isak. I suppose, but you could also make the argument that Lewandowski's playing in a better team than Alexander Isak. Like, Newcastle are a good side, but I think Barcelona probably have better players around Lewandowski that can do a lot of that work, right? Now, obviously, he's an elite striker, but it does help when you have elite players around you as well. I think that's why I think it's so notable when a player has an incredible season when they don't have the elite player. That's what... Obviously, Chris Wood has overperformed his XG this season, but the season he's had this year is incredibly elite because... Albeit Forrest have been excellent, but he hasn't had, like, world-class talent around him the entire season. Both... Hager's not taking any of this Isak slander. He's a worse Callum Wilson. Right. This is okay from us, actually, considering. I like Chowie's not even done well. Sorry, not even done that badly. Yeah, his shoot percentage was very high. It's unlikely that it will be replicated next season, but it doesn't need to be, right? Just having that happen once is brilliant for your career. Oh, are they going to do something stupid here? Perhaps not. Having Alec Chawi there, actually, isn't the end of the world because he does have height. Trigger Ross... Well, Ross McCormack was an excellent footballer that probably could have played at a higher level at those times, but, you know, when he joined Fulham, it was, oh, that's a great pass. Love that. Really, really good from Asaji again. And setting up Nikolic for another goal. I think that Osagia is going to be really, really good in this system once he learns that role. That extra raw pace he's got to just take it past his man. He's good on both feet, I suppose. And to actually get that ball across so brilliantly there. He looks composed in front of goal. I'm a big fan. Let's see what is his weakness. Finishing and composure on series weakness. But once I've got him familiar as a shadow striker, that Thermal third will start just going up. In fact, I've already got him on that, so it shouldn't take him too long to learn the role. The moment he's learnt the role, we'll get him off of that and get him just playing it. Passing also. Yeah, that's not as easy to improve, unfortunately. Wait, what was his passing? Yeah, it's unlikely. Put it this way, with the role that he's going to play, I would not be focusing on passing training for him. It will go up naturally, but I'm not going to like plow a load of additional focuses into passing. The thing he needs to get good at is that final third, which means his composure. If I can get his composure up to like 15, which is totally doable, then he'll be incredibly useful in this system. Tactics command. The biggest thing that's different between that and this is there's a lot of changes to the personal instructions as well as the fullback role as Jordan from midfield. There he is again. Sebastian Jourdan doing bits. There's quite a few differences. So the wing back is in a completely different position. There's a change to a personalized instructions on a few of the players. So I will definitely upload it after stream because I took it out for the... I exported it for the league. So I've got the newest version of it set up. I just haven't actually put it anywhere. I just need to update that and change it. It's Bauer? Good save. I think he's offside anyway, but still. Like, technically, in a way, like, real life has a meta. Many metas, in fact, right? Being attractive is a meta. I wouldn't know, but I've heard it. I've heard good things about it. Yeah, it's basically the same. But this one's slightly more effective in certain places. Midfielder's doing a good job, but remember, we are playing a 5th tier side here, and they did really look awful in that last game when we played a good team with them. So I'm probably still going to switch back because we were looking really good before. Most online said, you've ever... Shall I go touch some grass? Go on, have a bang. Oh, just wide. Yeah, I've heard it can help. I'm Meta Matto. Just me on auto profile. Oh, I knew that already. It just made me smile.
Summer. In winter,
and I wasn't expecting a hyper smoke. Thank you for the follow. Should I make some subbies here? To be fair, yeah, the grass is very much not in a great shape right now. We get Diallo on, we get Pineda on for Nikolic, actually. Get Bright at full 90. Get you in as well. Get you in as well. Freshen it up. All RNG. Well, I'm using English youth rating, you see. Or more specifically, Essex youth rating. Although I was born in Essex. What am I talking about? Oh, yeah, Belgian amateur scouting is so great. Like, between seasons 3 and 6, if you're in like a network game or something and you can whack in a bit of Belgian amateur scouting, you will cover so many gaps and be able to catch up with other people so quickly. Because you sometimes do... My best player, I think, might be that centre-back we got. We had that centre-back, I can't remember his name, but he was like 4-star CA. Oh, what a touch from Jourdan. Okay, he didn't actually manage to bury that one, but he looks like he's going to be a threat. Like a massive threat in future. But I think I'm still going to go back to the other setup for the midfield and then allow Jourdan to just be an impact sub for the time being, and then he'll grow into the team. Maybe even next year just start giving him some more starts. Look at the energy here out of Cariello. Great. That's nice. We're 5-0 up and he's still putting in a shift. Oh, go on, Herbert. He's really dropped off. Compared to last season, compared to the start of this year, Bauer has definitely... I know he's got a goal today and an assist, but he just hasn't looked as... Like, he started so quickly. The keeper's having a mare, but most of that's just because, in fairness, they've only... Usually you see goalkeepers in these types of games will get quite good ratings, even when they get absolutely slaughtered, but the issue for them is that their goalkeeper's actually only made 2 saves. So he's let in almost every shot he's faced today. Usually they get a bit of leeway, but today he's getting none of it. Hello, Inferno. But I'm pleased to see that Asaji's done that well, especially when he's not familiar with the role. I reckon give him a couple of months and he'll be perfectly capable in that role. I mean, look at that. He's gone through the middle of 3 of them here. Go on, Bright. Go on, Bright. Oh! Right. That's what we have to look forward to. That type of play from Bright Osaji. That is the difference between him and Abubakar. That is wild. He's picked it up on the halfway line. He's got 3 players directly next to him. Burst of speed. 1 more burst of speed. Goes in between 2 more of them. Slots it on his left foot. Bang. He's very good. That is sensational from him. 2 goals. Man of the match. Their goalkeeper got a 5.7. Understandable. They did only save 2 goals. An assist, a key pass, and 2 goals for Bright. Lovely. Amateur. Currently, wow. That's like Belgian amateur method, but like on steroids. So I guess statistically, you are occasionally... I've never even had that be that good. The closest I've come was a guy that was in the Belgian under-21s while I was playing in Hungary. No. No, it was Hungary, I think. And I can't remember his name, but he was fucking... Was it Flavian? I think his name was Flavian. Might not have been his surname, but it was Flavian something or other. He was ridiculous, though. But even he, I don't think ever got any caps for Belgium. But at the time, he was perfect. For a team like MTK Budapest, he was great. Come on, NXT. Oh, it could be, yeah. I think the reason it works is because it's usually because you're not getting players from those teams. Best stats for your assistant manager. Honestly, Jasper, I've never really cared about the stats of my assistant manager. Basically, you just want them to be as good as possible. Like, if their coaching attributes are good, then it means you've got an extra valuable coach. And if you don't have a lot of coaches at your club because you're further down, then it's going to help with the training of your players. But for the most part, I don't really find, like, I guess knowledge for advice, but like when are we really listening to our assistant anyway? Unless you really want to know about how much in the midfield you're being overrun. Good personality, I guess, is not the end of the world, but even then, I don't really think it's that important for ass men. So I guess you could try it. Like, okay, if I was going to like min-max it, I guess I'd go for like a guy who's got really high professionalism. So one of the personalities that have that as default, and then I don't know, like, did I say I could have paid 0 compensation for him? I'm not going to, just in case, but that's where it lies to you, isn't it? Good media handling, yeah. Right, so we'll get a little bit of a break from that then. Oh, there is Amion right there. So he's just coming straight. Is he going to join us immediately? Yes, he is. Okay. He will. There's no way he has 5-star PA. Okay, I was hoping for a bit more of a review. Okay, that's not as bad as I was expecting. I thought it was going to drop off a lot more than that. So that's absolutely fine. Wanted by Izara. He's okay. He's got no vision. Fact is, he's a freebie from the lower leagues. We wanted to sign a couple of them. We've now got one. He certainly isn't the end of the world. I think next summer's going to be much more fun, though. Once the French 4th tier gets turned on, we should be cooking. We should be able to... What the fuck's just happened there? Sorry about that, chat. My camera's power bank just fell off of something. I don't know how. And just nearly pulled the camera out of the... I've got a Dutch angle for the next 2 minutes. Yeah, the camera's power bank thing just fell off.
It's good you came in
damn near took the camera with it. I'm actually surprised it's still working, honestly. It's being held up by the brick. I should never mention the French 4th tier again, otherwise it will cut it off. Who? Who are all these people? Hello! Thank you for the follow. I'll fix that after stream. It's like pull the camera on like a sideways angle. Oopsie. Right. Wait, are you any good or not? No, we'll just sell you then. Free money. Oh, not Jan Kral. Wait, SJKJ? Where do they get off throwing more J's in? It's not really... Hilarity, it doesn't even really look that different. It's just, it's affected the focus slightly as well. I'm ever so slightly out of focus too. How strange.
Cooper,
come out.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and
I'm actually going to be able to finish perfectly on time. And I'm not even going to have to do anything off stream. Well, I am, because I'm going to have to write my stream diary. I have a little reminder on my phone now that goes off before each stream finishes to remind me to write my VOD diaries. It's going to make these recaps so much better as well. Because I'm not going to have to like, trawl through finding stuff because it will already be in my diaries. Dear log! So basically, Jasper, I've already explained it like 3 times, so I'm not going to respond to it a 3rd time. Like, the information I've provided to you is about as good as you're going to get, but I'm not going to say it again. But yeah, so just go. You have to go back and watch the VOD from like 3 minutes ago, and you'll find all the information you could possibly want about Assman. Brescia off in Aldeano. Can I? No, I don't really want to do that, do I? I'm journaling. I am. Dear diary, Sven got an assist today. It's the dream. Oh dear. XOXO. Svenny girl. Yeah, I'm doing a journal man save actually. Fit me right in your diary. Yes, and I can. No, it's all good, man. It's just you put it in chat 3 times and I'd responded to both of them. So I just figured you either didn't have the sound. I don't know. And the lurgy, he's... Oh, yeah. That voice makes me swoon. I was just laying there, like, kicking my feet back and forward behind my head. Like I'm... Actually, to be fair, I am mobile enough to do that, surprisingly. I'm surprisingly hypermobile. Check out the wiki log of Yuri Krot. You mean Halves Battle? Fuzzy said... all I've got is my moccasins, sadly. Card's trial's coming to an end. Good lord. What sentence will he get? These next few matches are really crucial for us in the league because it's Amiens who are bottom, Le Mans who are basically bottom. They're like upper thigh, you know? They're nearly absolute cheeks. And then you've got Dijon who are 15th, Laval who are 16th, Gangon... Okay, so literally our next 4 league games are all against teams who are bottom quarter in the league. Do it in Daisy Dukes. I mean, I have been lately. To be fair, I should probably save the game though, shouldn't I? That'd probably help. Any right backs come back? I don't think so. Because it does it tell you when players return from international duty? Let's see. Eating ice cream crying. I haven't eaten ice cream in bed. I don't eat in bed at all, honestly. I used to eat cheese in bread back in the day. You know this. I'd sit there in bed watching old Top Gear and eating cheese, but now I don't do that anymore. It's almost like that's why I've suddenly lost the pounds. I worked it out. Since the start of 2023, and I nearly said FN23 there, I've lost 49 pounds. So I'm pretty happy with that. As of yesterday, anyway. Cheese have anything? Why cheese? I don't think I should have to answer that question. How dare you? Cheese is cheese. Cheese and bread is the king. Yeah, there was bread obviously involved. It wasn't just cheese. It was bread and some cheese and some butter and a cheese knife, obviously. Rent must be cheap. You know it isn't. Now, admit this because I weighed myself after my run yesterday and I lost like 4 pounds of water weight because, you know, I don't know how to live, and not anymore apparently. I've lost it. Let me just see. Yeah, I don't think any of the guys are back yet. Let me just get rid of the second team and that so we can see. Patrick Abubakar, wait. Oh no, he was injured, wasn't he? Or was he? I mean, to be fair, if there's one... No, it was Abubakar, wasn't it? The one player we didn't want to get back is back. The guy I wish had stayed there is unfortunately back. To Glandy Thieves. Christ on a bike. That's insane. Super yummy. Damn straight. Right, in that case... Ooh, before I forget, do that. Otherwise, I will literally... I'm just going to save it again. So, join me for more Dutch angles. That's really weird that that's happened. I don't even know how that's happened. That's baffling. I'm going to have to try and figure that out after stream, otherwise that is a little bit concerning. Nicholas didn't get recalled because we were technically starting him in the right wing spot. So because he was swapping over during games, it didn't matter, but because he started right wing, like the game didn't care. A caffeine deficiency? I mean, usually I do before I have my coffee in the morning. How many viewers have we got? What the fuck? Why are there so many of you here? Sorry, I'm not used to... sorry, usually at this stage, it's like, oh, you've got 290. And I'm like, cracking, that sounds really good. 400? What did I do? Right, in that case, who do I send you lovely folks to? Oh, that's actually an easy answer. It's the jaunty camera angles. So what you're saying is be more jaunty. Too hot outside. True, actually, yeah. The league? I mean, it could be. I mean, if you have joined us from the league, that's awesome, man. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. Drop a follow. I'd appreciate it. We're all just massive fans of Sochaux. Right. Hopefully I've got this right. We're going to send you lovely folks over to Huckleberry Finn because he's brilliant. So, we'll be back on Tuesday for more Sochaux. There is a chance that the league is Monday or Tuesday night. I don't think it will be. I think it's most likely going to be Thursday night. But just in case it's not, join us then as well. Oh, yeah, no, don't get me wrong, Terry. I've had like 1,500 before. Like with the first Malta stream we did, we averaged 1,200 viewers. It was ridiculous. But obviously we are now, what, 18? No, more. We're like 20 months into a game cycle. So it's crazy that people are still interested enough to watch my dumbass content, to be honest. But thank you for joining me nevertheless. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Enjoy whatever the rest you're going to be doing this afternoon. There's no real sport on, is there? There's that Club World Cup thing or something, but I think I'd rather eat my own ass. So I'm just going to watch the NASCAR later and have a lovely old time. Make some chef pasta. Good times. Thank you so much for joining me today, friends. This has been incredibly fun. I will see you lovely folks on Tuesday. I'll be making a scouting video this week and watch on the TikToks and stuff like that. Just drop a like or something. I don't know.